Cek cek.
Aku ora cek. Cek, cek, cek. Tes 1 2. Assalamualaikum Pak Rifai.
Halo, salam Pak Adi.
Cek sound Mbak Dinda Sagun, sudah bisa mendengar suara Pak Adi? Sugeng Ijang Pak Wid, sampun. Suara sampun terdengar di sana.
Ya, sudah jelas didengar.
Sampun Pak Wid.
Oke, matur nuwun.
Cek, cek, cek. Cek.
Cek 1 2 3.
Cek 1 2 3. Cek 1 2 3. Gue mau ikut morning. Ini nggak bisa. Cek cek 1 2 3. Cek 1 2 3. Cek cek.
Cek cek.
Cek 1 2 3. Cek cek cek. Cek 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 1 2 3.
Good morning.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Welcome to the 4th International Nursing Conference and Oral Presentation 2020 with the theme, The Role of Nurses in Response to COVID-19, Clinical, Educational, Managerial, and Research Setting. Before this event starts, allow me to read the safety briefing first. First, please participate in this conference in an orderly manner. Second, set your sitting position as comfortable as possible so that you can attend this conference comfortably. Third, you can also provide healthy drinks and snacks such as mineral water and fruits to maintain the quality of your concentration and prevent you from becoming dehydrated during this INC event. Fourth, you can also stretch the muscles during intervals. This can be done to prevent these muscles. Fifth, if you use a power connecting cable, then make sure the cable that connects your device to the socket is safe, so as not to distract you when attending this conference. Six, make sure your screen light is not too bright or not too dim so that your eyes health is maintained.
7. Ensure that the internet signal you are using is stable so that the information conveyed by the search person can be received clearly. 8. If you use internet in a public place, then make sure the security of your data is well maintained. 9. Make sure the microphone you use can function optimally. And if you use a headphone or headset, make sure it is not too loud in adjusting the volume so the health of your ear function is maintained. 10. If you are involved in group activities in one room, then make sure you comply with the health protocol, which is wear mask and keep your distance according to COVID-19 pandemic health protocol. 11. If there is an emergency, such as an earthquake or fire during a conference, please stay calm and don't panic. Follow the safety guidelines directed by the National Disaster Management Agency or BNPB. 12. Please change the display name of your Zoom account by the format name_institution. For example, Zaki Abdulghani_POLKESTA Surakarta. 13. If you want to ask a question when the conference session, please write down your question to the chat session with the format name, institution, speaker, and the question. That is the safety briefing we can convey. Thank you for your information, and to all of participants, please stay in the Zoom meeting room because the conference will be started in about a minute. Thank you. Good morning.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
His Excellency, the Director of Health Polytechnic of Surakarta, Mr. Satino, SKM, Master of Science in Nursing.
The Honorable Head of Center for Education of Health Human Resources Development and Empowerment Agency of Ministry of Health of Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Dr. Haji Sugianto, SPD, Master of Applied Science.
The Honorable Dean of School of Nursing of Health Polytechnic of Surakarta, Mr. Widodo, Master of Nursing.
The Honorable for all speakers.
The beloved one, all guests and audiences. First of all, let us thanks to the Almighty God for giving us mercies and blessings, so we able to attend in this Zoom meeting room. Also, we would like to thanks to everyone here to make time to attend the opening ceremony of the 4th International Nursing Conference of Health Polytechnic of Surakarta.
For your information, due to COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, the 4INC is conducted virtually. And this year, the 4INC bring the theme,
The role of nurses in response to COVID-19, clinical, educational, managerial, and research setting.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we start the opening ceremony of the 4INC, let me Nur Anisa Najibah Gumai and my partner,
Zaki Abdul Ghani,
as your master of ceremony, to read the sequences of today's agendas. First is opening.
Second, Indonesia Raya, Mars of PPNI, Mars of POLKESTA Surakarta, and Himne Terima Kasihku.
The third is opening speech.
And the last is closing. Now, let us open the opening ceremony of the 4th International Nursing Conference of Health Polytechnic of Surakarta by saying Basmalah together.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The next agenda is singing National Anthem of Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, continued by Mars of PPNI, Mars of POLKESTA Surakarta, and Himne Terima Kasihku.
Perawat Nasional Indonesia, wujud ikatan profesi perawatan, tempat membina dan mengembangkan kemampuan diri dalam membuktikan keberadaannya. Menapaklah dengan keyakinan lebih pasti, sejajar dalam abdikan diri, bangkit berdiri dan langkahkan kakimu itu, menatap hari esok penuh asa. Wahai perawat Indonesia, bangkitlah dan majulah untuk menolong sekalian yang menderita. Kuatkanlah pribadimu, tingkatkan pengetahuan untuk memberikan asuhan keperawatan. Kita melangkah untuk mengisi pembangunan bangsa negara Indonesia, untuk menghantarkan bangsa menuju sehat semua dengan semangat jiwa Pancasila. Maju perawat, majulah dalam kancah pembangunan. Tunjukkanlah pada sekalian orang. Jadilah perawat model kesehatan bangsa kita. Jadilah teladan dalam hidup sehat. Bangkitlah perawat seluruh Indonesia dalam mengemban citra profesi, menjunjung tinggi kode etik keperawatan, laksanakan panggilan tugas mulia, mencapai derajat kesehatan seoptimal mungkin bagi warga negara Indonesia. Sebagai bukti kiprahnya mahkota putih suci dalam mendukung pembangunan kesehatan. Dengan organisasi PPNI yang kokoh, padu bersatu, serta selaras, perawat Indonesia akan mampu angkat citranya di mata insan dunia.
Kobarkanlah semangat, penuhi panggilan jiwa, berpacu untuk mengejar prestasi di dalam berkarya. Kita menuntut ilmu dalam wadah dan satu naungan. Politeknik Kesehatan Surakarta dan Jaya, satukanlah tekadmu, saling bahu-membahu dalam menuntut ilmu, utamakan prestasimu. Cucu alma matermu sebagai balas budimu, bangun seluruh bangsamu, bangsa yang sehat sejahtera. Takkan pernah melengah, siap tanggap dan selalu siaga.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to hear the opening speech. The first opening speech will delivered by Ketua Bidang Diklat DPD PPNI Kota Surakarta, Mr. Adi Mardi Harnanto, Master of Nursing. To Mr. Adi, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yang terhormat Bapak Kepala Pusat Pendidikan Tenaga Kesehatan Badan PPSDM Kementerian Kesehatan Republik Indonesia, yang terhormat Bapak Direktur Politeknik Kesehatan Poltekkes Kemenkes Surakarta, yang kami hormati Ketua Jurusan beserta jajaran di lingkungan Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Surakarta, para narasumber pada seminar Nasional International Nursing Conference keempat jurusan keperawatan Poltekkes Kemenkes Surakarta, dan para panitia serta peserta seminar INC keempat jurusan keperawatan Poltekkes Kemenkes Surakarta. First of all, let's pray to our gods that give us healthy, and until now we have prevent pandemic COVID-19 that's emerged in the world, especially in Indonesia too. We very impressed to the School of Nursing of Surakarta Health Polytechnic that today can enhance the International Nursing Conference fourth with the terms of the role of nurses in response to COVID-19 clinical, educational, managerial, and research setting. This International Nursing Conference actually can increase the competence of nurses in Indonesia, and it can be done to support our PPNI members, especially nurses in Indonesia, to increase their knowledge, their skill, and actually their attitudes to combat the pandemic of COVID-19. We very thanks to Poltekkes Surakarta that in heart the collaboration institution and profession organization in Surakarta. We always support the development of education for nurses to become the international institution, especially in Poltekkes Kemenkes Surakarta. I do apologize that today Mr. Harnanto, the head of PPNI Jakarta, cannot present in education because we have to do the Jakarta. Actually, it's enough. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yang terhormat Bapak Kepala Pusat Pendidikan Tenaga Kesehatan Badan PPSDM Kementerian Kesehatan Republik Indonesia, yang saya hormati Direktur Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Surakarta, para ketua jurusan di lingkungan Poltekkes Kemenkes Surakarta, dan para narasumber yang berkenan hadir dalam kegiatan International Nursing Conference keempat Poltekkes Kemenkes Surakarta. Yang saya hormati, saya banggakan segenap panitia dari Himpunan Mahasiswa Jurusan Keperawatan Poltekkes Kemenkes Surakarta, dan yang kami banggakan seluruh peserta INC 4 Poltekkes Kemenkes Surakarta. First of all, let's pray to our gods that always give me wellness and healthy, and we can combat the pandemic COVID-19. We do apologize that Mr. Suminanto, as the head of DPD PPNI Kota Surakarta, cannot present today in this occasion because he have to coordinate the volunteer for combat COVID-19 in Surakarta municipality. So the task of greeting is be duty for us. Okay, for the international conference that conducted by School of Nursing, Poltekkes Kemenkes Surakarta, can support and increase the competency of nurses in Indonesia, especially in Surakarta. By this occasion, by this seminar, or by this international conference, our nurses can increase their knowledge, their skill, and also their ability, their attitudes to become the competent nurses that can combat the pandemic COVID-19. We impressed that School of Nursing always conduct the activity to support the competence of nurses in Indonesia, especially in Surakarta. We have always the collaboration, the very, very good collaboration between educational institution, especially Poltekkes Kemenkes Surakarta, with DPD PPNI Kota Surakarta. And we hope this collaboration can be continuing by increasing of quality. I think it's enough for my greeting today. Selamat melaksanakan kegiatan International Conference keempat. Selamat kepada jurusan keperawatan Poltekkes Kemenkes Surakarta, dan kepada para peserta, kami berharap untuk dapat mengikuti kegiatan ini dengan baik, menimba ilmu dengan baik, dan yang terakhir kami sampaikan briefing PPNI Indonesia, PPNI Kota Surakarta dengan yel-yel. Kalau saya menyebutkan PPNI, maju bersama, sukses bersama, kerja, kerja, kerja. PPNI, maju bersama, sukses bersama, kerja, kerja, kerja. That's it's enough, I think. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Mr. Adi for the speech.
The second opening speech will be delivered by the Director of Health Polytechnic of Surakarta, represented by Mr. Widodo, Master of Nursing, as Dean of School of Nursing. To Mr. Widodo, please take your time.
Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I will come to speech on behalf of the Director of the Health Polytechnic of Surakarta, the Excellency, the Head of the Central for Human Resource and Health Education, Badan BPSDM Kesehatan, Bapak Dr. Haji Sugianto, SPDM APSC, the Honorable, the Chairman of the Nurses Association of Surakarta, or the representative one, the honorable speakers. First, Dr. Peter Stokes from Anglia Ruskin University, United Kingdom. Dr. Robert Piarjo from Anglia Ruskin University, United Kingdom. Associate Professor Dr. Ponpat Hengudamsap from Budapest University, Thailand. Sawadikap Arun Sawadkap. Dr. Sandip Poddar from Lincoln College, Union, Malaysia. Dr. Sony Apura RN Man from Centro Escolar University, Philippines. Makandang Umagabo. Leaders, directors, counselor, team of Poltekkes Kemenkes Medan, Poltekkes Kemenkes Palu, Kusuma Husada University, and Strata High School, and some others who have committed to support the INC4 by joining as a co-host. The 7 all INC participants that up to now we get about 992 participants. And Mr. or Mrs. Deputy of Vice Director 1, Vice Director 2, Vice Director 3 of Poltekkes Kemenkes Surakarta and staff, ladies and gentlemen, and head of the School of Health or Department in Poltekkes Kemenkes Surakarta, all colleges and committee who already conduct for this international conference. First, let us to pray to the God, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, because of His mercy, His gift that we can get together in very good condition, and hopefully we can follow all of the INC4 during this 2-day well. It is my pleasure to welcome all ladies and gentlemen to INC4 2020. This is the 4th INC on Annual International Nursing Conference organized by the School of Nursing of Health Polytechnic of Surakarta, with the main objective to sharing knowledge, research result, current experience, and especially in dealing with the latest health problem related to COVID-19. Ladies and gentlemen, we had the previous conference, it's face-to-face or offline, so that we invite you to our city, Surakarta. But this year, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, this does not mean that the activity has stopped. Even though it was delayed, then there must be adjustment, but considering the importance of and benefit of this activity, we must continue to carry out this activity. Therefore, we express our gratitude and highest appreciation for your willingness to join or fulfill our invitation or request for joining this INC4. Let me report to ladies and gentlemen that the participants now, not only from inside of the country, but some also coming from outside of the country, like Australia, Japan, Singapore, Netherlands, and some others. And they are also include lecturers, nurse practitioners, and students. The School of Nursing is one of the 10 schools in Health Polytechnic Kesehatan Surakarta that conduct 2 nursing programs for 3 years degrees and bachelor with professional nurse education. Currently, the School of Nursing has also gained the trust from the Ministry of Health to hold international class pilot. At this time, also coincides for workshop organized by the Ministry of Health. So we have to share our time and assignment. We also report that at this time, there are quite a number of alumni working abroad, including in Japan, Australia, Middle East, the Netherlands, Singapore, and several other countries. This kind of activity is, of course, in addition to supporting the latest knowledge update on research results, as well as in order to equip students to have experience in managing INC4. Finally, we hope that you will be able to participate in this activity well and be able to get benefit for the development of the nursing profession in general and the management of nursing education particularly. And also last but not least, we do hope to Mr. Sukianto to give us some speech to support us so that we can conduct this activity well. In closing, with the permission of all those present at the INC4, we officially declare that the INC4 is open. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for Mr. Widodo for the speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we are in the last agenda of the opening ceremony of the 4th International Nursing Conference. Let's close the opening ceremony of the 4th International Nursing Conference by saying Alhamdulillah together. Nur Anissa Najibah Gumai and my partner
Zaki Abdul Ghani,
as your master of ceremony and also the representative of the committee, would like to say thank you for having your time with us. Also, we would like to apologize if there is some inconvenience when we manage this event. For all audiences, please stay in the Zoom meeting room because the 4th International Nursing Conference will be begin soon. The last one, see you and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 4th International Nursing Conference of Health Polytechnic of Surakarta with Ms. Zaki Abdul Ghani and my partner
Nur Anissa Najibah Gumai
as your master of ceremony in this conference. Before we start to the conference, I would like to remembering to all of the participants to don't forget to change the display name of your Zoom account to the format name underscore your institution. For example, is Zaki Abdul Ghani underscore POLKESTA Surakarta. So now we are going to the conference session. Gumai? Now we would like to start the keynote session for the first session, right?
Yes, of course. And do you know, after this, we have a great speakers.
Who is it, Gumai?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is keynote speech. Keynote speech will be delivered by Mr. Dr. Haji Sugianto, SPD, Master of Applied Science, as Head of Center for Education of Health Human Resources Development and Empowerment Agency of Ministry of Health of Republic of Indonesia. Keynote speech session will be guided by Mrs. Insia, Master of Nursing, as moderator. To Mrs. Insia, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for time given me. Good morning for all speakers. Good morning for manager, all lecturer, students and participants in this conference. This conference have titled the role of nurses in response to COVID-19, clinical, educational, managerial, and research setting. Let me introduce myself. My name is Insia, and I will be serving as your moderator for this session. And first of all, I would like to thank for the Honorable Dr. Sugianto, SPD, Master of Applied Science, the head of the Human Resources, Health Education Center of the Ministry of the Health of Republic of Indonesia as a keynote speaker for this session. Thank you very much for joining in this session and welcome. Before we start presentation, I would like to read Mr. Sugianto curriculum vitae. For the educational level, Mr. Sugianto graduated from Diploma in MRI, Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology, Australia, 2002, and then graduate from Magister in MRI, Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology, Australia, 2004, and then the last, he also graduated from doctor program in Medical and Health Science, Diponegoro University, Semarang, in 2019. And then for his work experience, as head of Diploma for Radiology Engineering Program Study Semarang, Ministry of Health, Health Polytechnic, from 2004 to 2006, and then become a Vice Director 2 of Semarang Ministry of Health, Health Polytechnic, from 2006 to 2008, and then Director of Semarang Ministry of Health, Health Polytechnic Semarang, from 2008 to 2017, and then start from 2017 to now, he is as a head of Center for Human Resources Health Education in the Ministry of Health, Indonesian Republic of Indonesia. And then after I read the curriculum vitae of Mr. Sugianto, Mr. Sugianto will give speech for keynote speaker for around 30 minutes. So now time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Insia, as a moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, everyone. Respected Director Poltekkes Kemenkes Surakarta, Head of Department of Nursing Surakarta, Program Coordinator Pak Haji, and also respected speakers from other countries, Civitas Academica, all faculty member of Poltekkes Kemenkes Surakarta, and also the all audience. Let me deliver in bahasa, please. Yeah. And saya sampaikan terima kasih barangkali pada Poltekkes Kemenkes Surakarta yang telah mengundang kami untuk kegiatan webinar dengan tema Role of Nursing in Response to COVID-19. Pada kesempatan ini kami juga sampaikan apresiasi dan terima kasih pada jajaran Poltekkes Surakarta yang telah menyelenggarakan kegiatan ini. izin saya share ya screen materi yang akan saya sampaikan. Judulnya adalah Role of Nurses in Response to COVID-19. Jadi kalau kita lihat Bapak Ibu sekalian, Global Health Security Agenda for Coronavirus Pandemic. Jadi ada beberapa permasalahan yang dihadapi saat ini. Jadi bagaimana perawat itu, nurses, itu menjadi salah satu tenaga kesehatan yang memiliki peran yang sangat besar dalam memberikan pelayanan kesehatan bagi pasien COVID. Kemudian yang kedua memang karena menjadi ujung tombak, tentunya profesionalitas serta kompetensi perawat ini sangat-sangat diperlukan. Jadi bagaimana kita bisa menjamin bahwa nurse yang bekerja itu adalah nurse yang profesional dan kompeten. Kemudian yang ketiga ini adalah meningkatnya intensitas kerja perawat. Ini sangat luar biasa. Jadi ini hal-hal yang memang dihadapi, tentunya perlu ya strategi yang diperlukan, ya strategi apa yang diperlukan. Ini pertama barangkali mempersiapkan fasilitas dan alat proteksi yang memadai. Jadi harus dijamin bahwa alat proteksi itu ada. Kemudian juga memberikan insentif finansial dan non finansial ya dalam penghargaan kepada tenaga kesehatan, khususnya barangkali di sini adalah perawat. Kemudian yang ketiga adalah harus mengikuti protokol kesehatan dalam rangka untuk memutus mata rantai sebaran COVID-19. Ini yang menjadi concern kita semua barangkali Bapak Ibu sekalian. Nah, kalau kita lihat kemudian untuk COVID-19 yang ada di Indonesia per data 13 Desember itu konfirmasi kasusnya sudah 617.000 ya. Kemudian kematian ini sudah lebih dari 18.000. Kemudian yang sembuh ini ada 505.000. Jadi artinya kesembuhan juga cukup tinggi. Ini tentunya peran dari teman-teman perawat ini sangat luar biasa. Ya, nah kemudian kalau kita lihat Bapak Ibu sekalian, jumlah tenaga kesehatan yang menangani pasien COVID ya di rumah sakit rujukan di Indonesia, ya ini ada sebanyak 253, ada 253.000. Ini untuk di rumah sakit rujukan. Dan kalau kita lihat di sini adalah sebagian besarnya adalah perawat. Ini angkanya ini hampir 167.470. Jadi ini perannya Bapak Ibu sekalian sekali lagi ini luar biasa. Ini teman-teman perawat ini sebagai ujung tombak ya dalam menangani pasien COVID-19. Nah kemudian Bapak Ibu sekalian kalau kita lihat role of university in COVID-19 pandemic. Jadi bagaimana penyelenggaraan pendidikan di kampus ya sebagai universitas, sebagai politeknik kesehatan itu dalam pandemi COVID-19 ini walaupun dalam situasi pandemi tetapi Tridharma ini tetap bisa berjalan. Ada education, research, kemudian juga ada community service. Jadi harapan kami barangkali nanti kampus itu sebagai health promoting university. Itu untuk mencegah ya, kemudian juga untuk memberikan edukasi, health promotion, itu tentunya nanti melibatkan mahasiswa, melibatkan seluruh staf akademi, ya, bagaimana juga kita bisa berperan serta untuk memutus mata rantai COVID-19. Tidak bisa bahwa salah satu perguruan tinggi itu sudahlah, pokoknya kami tetap perkuliahan jalan, tapi itu kemudian mengabaikan protokol-protokol kesehatan itu tidak kita harapkan. Jadi di bidang pendidikan misalnya dalam proses pendidikan itu tentunya bagaimana kita juga bisa pendidikan tetap berjalan prosesnya, tapi kita juga bisa berperan dalam memutus mata rantai COVID. Kemudian juga barangkali kita kenal adanya kampus sehat kemudian juga ada era new normal dalam proses pembelajaran, itu tentunya menjadi acuan kita dalam menyelenggarakan pendidikan. Ya, kemudian dalam riset maupun dalam community services, walaupun dalam situasi pandemi COVID ini, justru harapan kami banyak hal-hal riset yang terkait dengan pandemi COVID ini muncul ya, dari universitas-universitas atau dari politeknik-politeknik. Ya, jadi banyak, barangkali contohnya ini kemarin ada temuan tentang ventilators, ya, ada mobil light BSL2, ya, kemudian juga ada medical robots, ya, kemudian juga barangkali ada bagaimana deteksi COVID-19 dengan usapan uap dan seterusnya. Ini inovasi-inovasi yang sebenarnya kita juga sangat harapkan. Termasuk nanti barangkali pada saat penerjunan mahasiswa di community services, ya, di kegiatan-kegiatan pengabdian masyarakat ini juga tentunya bagaimana dosen, mahasiswa itu bisa berperan dalam memutus mata rantai COVID-19. Jadi tentunya Bapak Ibu sekalian, kami sangat berharap ya tadi ya, berarti ada inovasi, produk-produk inovasi yang bisa ditelurkan, juga sebagai volunteer, mungkin dari alumni luar biasa, support dari Politeknik Surakarta, kemudian mungkin bisa pengembangan teknologi informasi dalam rangka untuk pengembangan telemedicine itu juga sangat dimungkinkan. Ya, jadi hal-hal demikian tentunya peran universitas atau peran politeknik ini sangat penting. Bapak Ibu sekalian, terkait dengan riset ya, kemudian inovasi di COVID-19, ini ada beberapa hal ya yang kemarin dikembangkan oleh Ristekbrin dalam rangka memang untuk menghadapi pandemi COVID-19 itu. Jadi misalnya dalam preventif ini, ya, dalam preventif ini terkait dengan diversity hayati, seperti misalnya riset pemanfaatan potensi tanaman obat, ya, pengembangan vaksin, ya, kemudian juga produksi alat pelindung diri, hingga edukasi ke publik ini boleh dilakukan, ya. Kemudian juga screening dan diagnostik, ya, tadi ada rapid test, ada test kit, ya, kemudian mobile laboratori dan seterusnya. Ini hasil dari riset-riset yang sudah diperoleh. Kemudian misalnya supporting equipment, misalnya seperti ventilator, ya, robot, ya, pemberi obat misalnya begitu. Kemudian juga di terapi dan medicine. Ini bagaimana manfaat, misalnya kemarin beberapa ada obat ya yang sudah dikembangkan di beberapa universitas dan perguruan tinggi, ya, termasuk barangkali plasma, ya, hingga sel puncak misalnya. Ini dikembangkan ya, yang disupport juga oleh BRIN, dan tentunya juga riset di sosial dan humanity ini. Ya, bagaimana respon masyarakat dalam menanggapi isu COVID-19 misalnya gitu. Ini juga diperbolehkan, perguruan tinggi boleh, ya. Kemudian bagaimana kesiapsiagaan pemerintah dalam menghadapi pandemi misalnya gitu, ya, itu juga boleh dilakukan riset. Misalnya juga dampak pada ketenagakerjaan dan lain sebagainya, itu hal-hal ini barangkali perlu data-data yang akurat sehingga nanti pengambil kebijakan itu bisa melakukan kebijakan yang tepat. Nah, Bapak Ibu sekalian, juga kami lebih spesifik lagi barangkali dalam menekankan peran dari universitas dalam pandemi COVID-19, ya. Tadi terkait barangkali dengan health promoting university, ini betul-betul berharap ya politeknik itu nanti bisa sebagai tempat untuk prevention dan health promotion, ya. Jadi betul-betul nanti menjadi role model. Jadi apalagi ini kan perguruan tinggi kesehatan, ya. Jadi jangan sampai nanti perguruan tinggi kesehatan itu justru menjadi sumber penularan baru. Ya, kita berusaha bahwa program kegiatan proses belajar mengajar, riset, kemudian juga pengabdian masyarakat jalan, tetapi aman, ya, aman. Jadi bagaimana kemudian kita bisa menginisiasi itu, ya misalnya dengan membentuk kampus siaga COVID, ya misalnya, ya. Jadi kampus siaga COVID. Jadi kalau misalnya memang nanti ada masuk, apakah nanti harus 2 minggu dulu, misalnya isolasi sebelum nanti proses, ya. Terus kemudian baru nanti di rapid. Terus kemudian nanti di sarana prasarana. Terus kalau sampai misalnya mahasiswanya sakit itu harus nanti dirawat di mana, biayanya siapa, ini menurut kami penting ya peran dari perguruan tinggi. Ya, juga barangkali juga bisa sebagai nanti membantu untuk edukasi di masyarakat sekitar. Ya, bagaimana kita bisa menjaga ya agar tidak terjadi penularan yang semakin masif. Nah, Bapak Ibu sekalian, jadi agar dapat bersaing di dunia kerja, barangkali lulusan itu ya harapan kami nanti bisa lebih kompetitif ya. Ya, ini tentunya dengan melakukan beberapa hal. Ini yang pertama adalah strengthen collaboration in nursing education. Jadi kami apresiasi sekali, barangkali saat ini Pak Ketua Jurusan, Pak Ketua Program Studi ini bekerja sama dengan beberapa perguruan tinggi yang ada di luar. Itu dalam rangka apa? Dalam rangka untuk strengthen collaboration in nursing education. Ya, dengan demikian barangkali nanti teman-teman perawat yang ada di Surakarta maupun yang ada di Indonesia, mahasiswa yang ada di POLKESTA Surakarta maupun yang ada di Indonesia itu bisa melihat bagaimana sih mengatasi misalnya COVID yang ada di negara lain atau di perguruan tinggi yang lain. Mungkin kita nanti ada hal yang bagus yang bisa kita contoh, yang bisa kita terapkan di perguruan tinggi kita. Kemudian yang kedua adalah tentunya dengan improving nursing education quality. Ini juga menjadi concern kami, Bapak Ibu sekalian. Karena begitu banyaknya perguruan tinggi nursing yang ada di Indonesia, dan kita cukup prihatin dengan hasil akreditasi, kemudian juga hasil uji hukum yang ada. Ya, ini menjadi concern bagaimana kita kemudian bisa meningkatkan ini kualitas pendidikan, khususnya pendidikan keperawatan yang ada di Indonesia. Ini kami apresiasi barangkali di POLKESTA Surakarta ya, ini terus ya meningkatkan kualitas pendidikannya. Kami yakin karena dosen-dosen di sana juga kualifikasinya sangat bagus ya, sehingga harapan kami nanti juga dihasilkan lulusan-lulusan perawat yang bagus-bagus. Kemudian yang ketiga barangkali adalah bagaimana mencetak tenaga perawat agar mampu ya beradaptasi. Ini yang penting ini. Perawat-perawat pejuang ya, perawat-perawat yang tangguh ya, yang adaptif, yang agile ya. Jadi dia bisa bisa beradaptasi dengan lingkungan yang ada. Tapi juga kompetens ya dalam kondisi apapun ya, dalam kondisi apapun, termasuk dalam situasi pandemi COVID-19 ini. Dalam kondisi apapun, misalnya nanti juga harus di daerah-daerah terpencil. Di kondisi apapun, misalnya nanti harus ada di luar negeri, misalnya di Belanda atau di Jepang atau dimanapun itu kita berupaya bagaimana kita bisa cetak tenaga-tenaga perawat yang tangguh ya sehingga siap bersaing di dunia kerja. Nah, Bapak Ibu sekalian, jadi kalau kita ingin meningkatkan kompetensi, kami berkali-kali sampaikan jangan sampai dengan pandemi COVID-19 ini kualitas pendidikan nanti akan menurun. Ya, kita tahu betul ya Bapak Ibu sekalian bahwa nanti dilihatlah dipilah-pilah. Mana sih yang kognitif nih? Kalau kognitif ini pasti bisa online 100%. Ya, jadi bisa sinkronus, bisa asinkronus gitu untuk kognitif ini. Nah, kemudian untuk yang efektif ya, yang attitude ini memang offline ya, online 70-90%. Tetap diperlukan untuk offline. Ya, karena harus ketemu nanti bagaimana sikap dan seterusnya. Kemudian juga dalam situasi pandemi COVID ini yang menjadi PR-nya adalah yang psikomotor ini. Kalau psikomotor ini tentu saja karena offline itu 70-90%. Jadi kalau kemarin barangkali kita sempat off, itu barangkali mulai pelan-pelan ya, mulai pelan-pelan untuk diperluas ya. Ini secara selektif tentunya. Jadi apakah nanti mahasiswa-mahasiswa akhir yang akan hadir ya di kampus misalnya atau bisa offline ini 70-90%, atau mungkin mahasiswa-mahasiswa semester 1, semester 2, karena kami tahu betul bahwa mahasiswa semester 3 ini kan mereka nanti kemudian harus ke rumah sakit. Kalau mahasiswa itu belum pernah datang ke kampus, ya, belum pernah ikut praktek, di kampus ini khawatir bahwa nanti pada saat semester 3 itu kemampuan psikomotornya ini akan kurang. Jadi tentunya dengan menggunakan protokol-protokol kesehatan, ya. Jadi bagaimana mengenalkan keperawatan, perawatan dasar kepada anak-anak sekalian dan seterusnya, ya. Jadi protokol kesehatan jangan lupa tetap harus diatur ya, harus berapa orang dalam praktek laboratorium, terus bagaimana alurnya, terus bagaimana nanti sarana prasarana dan seterusnya ya. Jadi ini mohon barangkali nanti mulai dipikirkan ya, bagaimana kita memperluas yang psikomotor ini tapi dalam keadaan aman ya. Bagaimana praktek lab bisa dilakukan, ya praktek klinik di rumah sakit bisa dilakukan, tapi dalam kondisi-kondisi yang aman. Oke. Nah, kemudian Bapak Ibu sekalian, jadi ini adalah perannya nursing students in COVID-19 pandemic ini. Jadi kemarin kami terima kasih sekali, ini volunteer dari perawatnya hampir lebih dari 1.800 orang yang ada di yang bekerja di Wisma Atlet maupun di tempat-tempat yang lain. Ya, ini kami sampaikan terima kasih, ya, volunteernya luar biasa. Kemarin juga untuk yang kita yang direkrut dari Pusdik ya, itu hampir 791. Ya, ada perawat, ada ATLM, ada bidan, ada radiografer ya, yang mereka terjun sebagai volunteer. Ini kami sampaikan terima kasih dan apresiasi. Dan kemudian tentunya juga harapan kami nanti ikut ya serta dalam mengimplementasikan dan sosialisasi panduan serta protokol kesehatan. Ini tadi barangkali sebagai implementasi dari pengabdian masyarakat itu. Ya, bisa dilibatkan anak-anak, dosen ya, kemudian juga mahasiswa. Itu bagaimana kita berpartisipasi dalam dan sosialisasi ya tentang protokol-protokol kesehatan ini. Kemudian juga yang ketiga, bagaimana kita bisa berkontribusi dalam menangkal hoax ya, luar biasa ya. Jadi kita sebagai tenaga kesehatan barangkali perannya sangat ditunggu dalam menangkal hoax ini. Kalau memang tidak betul ya kita luruskan bahwa itu informasinya tidak betul. Jangan justru informasi-informasi yang hoax malah kita ikut sebarkan. Ya, terus kemudian yang keempat tentunya adalah ikut andil ya, dalam kegiatan riset ya, untuk COVID-19. Ini juga kami tunggu-tunggu ya. Jadi bagaimana tadi riset apapun ya, baik sosial, pemahaman masyarakat itu sangat diperbolehkan terkait COVID-19 ini. Ya. Ya, saya kira mungkin itu dari saya yang bisa kami sampaikan. Harapan kami barangkali ke depan ya kita harapkan support ya dari perguruan tinggi khususnya POLKESTA Surakarta ini ya, bagaimana bisa berkiprah untuk memutus mata rantai COVID ini. Dan kami sampaikan terima kasih juga barangkali ke depan harapan kami dari perguruan tinggi di POLKESTA Surakarta khususnya prodi keperawatan, jurusan keperawatan ini juga nanti ikut aktif ya dalam dalam penyebarluasan informasi yang positif terkait dengan vaksin ya, vaksin COVID-19. Karena kemarin sudah datang 1,2 juta ya, itu mudah-mudahan nanti terus ya bisa berkembang dan bisa ke seluruh warga atau rakyat Indonesia. Ini peran tenaga kesehatan juga sangat penting, entah itu nanti sebagai vaksinator atau nanti bisa memberikan pemahaman kepada masyarakat. Ini penting ya. untuk langkah-langkah ke depan. Saya kira mungkin itu dari saya. Ya, terima kasih. Dan waktu kami kembalikan ke moderator.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sugianto, Master of Applied Science, who deliver keynote speech. And this information is very, very important for us. And from the keynote speech, we know that the role of university, lecturers, students is very, very important in COVID-19 pandemic. And also from this session, we know the key point that to be competitive nursing graduates need strengthen collaboration in nursing education and then improving nursing education quality, and then to be a nurse who can adapt and compete in any situation. And thank you again for Mr. Sugianto, Master of Applied Science, in your busy time. Thank you. And for audience and all participants in this session, I do apologize because for this session, there is no discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Again, thank you.
Moderator. Thank you, Pak Widodo.
Thank you, Pak Di.
Ya, great sukses ya, Pak.
Yes.
Ya.
Terima kasih, Pak Di.
Ya, sehat-sehat terus.
Okay, and hopefully we all, Mr. Sugianto and all participants here, always in healthy condition, and Allah always bless us. Thank you, and ladies and gentlemen, this session already end, and hopefully all of information from keynote speech useful for us. And again, we just remind all of us that we are have important role during COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for joining in this session. And then I just return this time to Master of Ceremony. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mrs. Insia, for guiding keynote speech session. Okay, I'll remember you to all audiences. Don't forget to fill your attendance form in the website of nakesmedia.com at 9 Jakarta time. Thank you.
Yes, Gumai. So to all of participants, don't forget to fill the attendance form in nakesmedia.com to get your certificate of this conference. So Gumai, we have already heard the keynote speech delivered by Mr. Sugianto. So this is a great moment, right? We have get some insight from Mr. Sugianto.
Yes, of course.
So after this, we will have a great speaker too.
Oh, really?
Yes, and this time we will have the speaker from other country. It's still near to our country, still near from Indonesia.
I'm so excited.
That's from Thailand.
Oh, okay.
Yes, and also we still have a lot of great speakers too in this session. So, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is the first plenary session. And the first of plenary session, the speakers are Associate Professor Dr. Kronpat Hengu Domsuk from Budapest University, Thailand, and then Mr. Widodo, Master of Nursing from POLKESTA Kemenkes Surakarta, Indonesia, and then Dr. Haripin Togat Sinaga, BSc MCN from POLKESTA Kemenkes Medan, Indonesia. And this first plenary session will be guided by Mrs. Siti Lestari, Master of Nursing, as moderator. So Mrs. Siti Lestari, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for time given to me. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Now, the time for the first plenary session. And firstly, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Siti Lestari and I'm a moderator for the first plenary session. As we know that the first plenary session, we have 3 speakers. They are Associate Professor Dr. Prompat from Burava University, and then second speaker, Mr. Widodo Master of Nursing from Polytechnic of Health Surakarta, Indonesia, and the last speaker is Dr. Haripin Togap Sinaga from Polytechnic of Health Medan. Before we start for the first session, I would like to say hello to all speakers today and make sure that all speakers are already in this room. Good morning, Dr. Prompat. Can you hear me? Hello? Good morning. Okay, how are you today? Okay, nice to meet you. Okay, thank you for joining in the conference today. And then I also would like to say hello to my colleagues, Mr. Widodo, Master of Nursing, next to me. How are you, Mr. Widodo?
Okay, good. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Widodo. And the last, hello, Dr. Arifin.
Hello, Bu. Good morning.
Okay, good morning. How are you today, Pak Arifin?
Good as you.
Okay, thank you very much for joining with us today. Okay,
Thank you,
ladies
Bu.
and gentlemen, let me start for the first presentation. And the first presentation will be delivered by Dr. Prompat from Burava University. Okay, hello, Dr. Prompat. Hello, your voice. Okay. Sorry, I didn't catch your speak. I can hear from. Hello. Okay. Dr. Pornpat, I'm so sorry I cannot hear your voice. So, would you like to repair it? Please join the audio, Dr. Pornpat. Okay, while waiting because something trouble with the voice from Thailand, I would like to read the curriculum vitae of Dr. Pornpat. The name, Associate Professor Dr. Pornpat Hengudom, She graduated bachelor degree in nurse and midwifery from Budapest University in the year of 1991. And then in 1995, she graduated master degree in nursing from Wollongong University, New South Wales, Australia. And then master degree in psychiatric and mental health nursing in the year 2000 from University of Wisconsin, Madison, USA, and graduated PhD in nursing in the year 2004. And now her present position is an associate professor in psychiatric and mental health nursing division. In the year 2018, she was appointed as a director of psychiatric and mental health division at a faculty of nursing Budapest University. And then she also actively teaching and conducting research in the areas of psychiatric and mental health nursing, and then gerontological nursing, and supervising nursing students in conducted nursing project relevant to the COVID-19. Okay, yeah, this about the CV of Dr. Parmet. Okay, check again. Hello, Dr. Parmet. Okay, sorry. I'm, yeah. I still can hear your voice. Okay.
Right now, can you hear me?
Yes, okay, thank you so much. So I can hear your voice and yeah. No, allow me to welcome to the speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Probet from Budapest University to deliver her presentation. Okay, doctor, the time is yours.
So, speak again. Can you hear me? Sorry. ให้เห็นนะกินหน่อยโอเคเส้นกลางได้ไหมลำโพงที่ออกลำโพงเครื่องคอมสายเสียงคอมเหรอนี่เป็นนี้เนี่ยมีไปเป็นไรเล็กใช่ไหมเป็นระดับสองก็มีระดับหนึ่งต่อระดับโอ้โอเคค่ะอาจารย์เชิญจากนี้นะคะOkay. So right now, I'm not sure you hear me.
Okay, we can hear.
We can hear you, but how about you? Okay.
Okay.
Okay. First of all, apologize for technical error in here in Thailand. Okay. So now. Can I start now?
Sure, ma'am.
Okay, so you see that as a senior lecturer and rarely use about technology, so I need help from the technicians and apologize for this. First of all, I would like to say good morning to all delegates and all participants for this conference. I'm very honored to share the experience about the challenge of healthy campus during COVID-19 pandemic. And I would like to take this opportunity to
Your voice is disappear again. Hello. Hello. Hello, Dr. Prambat. We didn't hear your voice. Hello.
And postpone some curriculum. So I would like to share you some about the situation and how we handle with this. So I like this one because they mentioned that the COVID now is look like the autoimmunes, or another word that they use is the nuance, that it have a subtle effects on human being. And the fight against COVID-19 is far from over, I think. Right now, we might say, oh, this is the second wave of the pandemic of COVID virus in Thailand. I think at the first time, we quite think that we control very well for these infections. However, for the second wave, it starts coming. Some cases show up in Thailand, in people in neighborhood country like Cambodia, Myanmar, or Thailand. So I think we still have to handle a lot about the COVID-19 pandemic. So how life has changed due to COVID, I think everyone, even the life in campus. Right now, for myself, as a woman, right, we carry a lady bag, put many things in our bag, and right now, we need to have the hand gel, we need to have mask, we need to have something that to prevent about the COVID, and we have to make it as a habit. Right now, if we go to 7-Eleven, if we don't have mask, they not allow us to go inside, or we have to be in queue, whatever we do. So, for example, when we go to the hospital, we have to be in the line. When we go for some the official place, we have to be in line. And even in the public transportation, they have the strict rule that okay, you have to get in this way and get off this way. Or for some big crowded area right now, it seems to be empty. So our life has changed due to COVID-19 in many ways. Okay, so I give you example in our university or in the faculty of nursing. In the morning when I come, first thing I have to pass this scan every day. The line is before we never get used to, but right now we have to accustom for this. Enter, checking for the body temperature first. When go only one way to entry this to enter our building. In the past, we have on the right side and left side, we can go inside easy way. But right now, we stick for the protocol. We have to go in this way and go out this way. And when we go inside, we have to use the hand gel to clean our hand first before going inside. The light is changed, but right now we getting better, too familiar with the protocol in terms of prevention of COVID infection or transmission. And the COVID prevention education provide everywhere in our school building. Especially we are the Faculty of Nursing in terms of health education. Even in the elevator, we still have to provide knowledge every day. I lead to this, or how to wash hand properly, how to wear mask. When you sneeze, what should I do? So everything is changed and become our normal life that we learn something about this. And ongoing education to prevent COVID pandemics, we did in and off campus. For example, at the faculty of at the Burapha University, we have health science group, we have faculty of medicine, we have faculty of public health, and also the faculty of nursing. We all play an important part in terms of the campaign or educate about how to prevent infections and transmissions of the COVID. So this gives you example at the university hospital. We have the workshop training for our staff in terms of the prevention. And this is example that the doctor come and teach about what is the virus, COVID virus, and how is infect, and what is the warning sign and symptom. And what should you do when you have a fever, or if you suspect yourself that you might have COVID? Where should I go? What should I do? And some counseling may be provided for them, because sometimes they don't want to reveal that they might be a victims of COVID. So this gives you example. Okay, and this is also the workshop in terms of COVID prevention, washing hands. This is one we train for the university staff that they need to know first, and we do all for all staff at the university. And also wearing mask, because sometimes they unsure which side I should be in front and inside, what the color, do I wear the right one? And sometimes they use very expensive one. Maybe don't need if we don't work in the hospital, something like that. N95, something like that. So we educate people in terms of this one. We also educate for the people in the campus. And as the law of nursing, we nursing students, we play an important part, not just only the COVID prevention in our campus and also in the community. And this gives you example that in the community, the health volunteer, they are the people that will help in terms of educate people in the community. So our nursing students have to brainstorm with them what's going on, what can I do for them, what help that we can offer for them. So this is organized by the Health Promoting Hospital, that we organize our nursing students to list for the key person and what should we do in terms of pandemic of COVID, and what should we do. And then this is a nursing, they brainstorm, talk, discuss, and sometimes we deliver the project for the community. And this is give you example. This is our nursing student. We go to the community, do some project. This is a small project that the nursing student propose. What should I do? And why they do this? They already do some database. For example, they talk to the key person in the community, what the help that they need. And then they talk with the university or at the faculty that some small project, and we support small budget for them in order to do some project for the community for the prevention of infection and transmissions of COVID. And for also at the university, in terms of education, the strict protocol to prevent for the COVID. In terms of the groundwork, for example, in another thing, we also have to be serious everything. For example, the library, the food court at the university, and the important about social distancing. Give you example. This is our library and the big change for the library as well. Before, too many students go to the library. They open 24 hours for students to spend time to searching information. But right now, we change a little bit. For example, the closing time, and in terms of the closing time for the cleaning, sanitation, and for attendance when they come to the library, they don't wear mask. What should they do? They should buy, or we offer them something like that. For library, they need to more service, online service, instead of the people coming using the service of the library. This is example. And also the library play an important role in terms of distribute the knowledge about COVID, about the situation of COVID right now, the prevalence of COVID in Thailand or over the world, something, because sometimes they have the rumor about the COVID situation. Oh, some people in Burapha University have COVID infection. Don't go there, go there. Sometimes it's just a rumor. So as a university, we play important part in terms of distribute the fact or educate people and what should we do, something like that. So talking about the library, that they also need to respond creatively with the COVID pandemic. And also because our university, there are small food courts, and this also have some problem about the COVID pandemic. So we need to educate these are the seller and also provide the strict protocol for them too. And not just only the off-campus or the food court outside the campus, it's also the campus, inside the campus to strict protocol about the COVID prevention. We also need to stress on it too. So, and in terms of campus cleaning, our nursing students sometimes volunteer to help in terms of cleaning. And of course, when we have big activities or big students join the activity, we also emphasize them about wearing masks, sanitation, hand gel, something like that, because it should be a routine in our everyday too. So this one, as I am a teacher, in the past when I teach, many students come to the class. I waiting for them to come and then we teach them. But right now, when I sit, no student. Where are they? I just go online, teach with the empty room. Somehow, it have different feeling. Do they understand me or not in terms of the interaction and the way we evaluate for the exam? We have to adjust pretty much about this situation. And also right now, for some class, we could not be online. So students come and then we still have the protocol. For example, every 2 hours, we need to have a break time that they go out and then someone come to clean the room. In front of the room, provide the hand gel, something like that. So in terms of teaching, it have been changed too. And in terms of the sanitation for the university, and even the transportation, we have a shuttle bus for the students inside the campus, and also the transportation outside. We also stick with the protocol too. They should get in this way, get off in another way. If they don't wear mask, we don't allow them to go to get on the bus, something like that, because at the beginning, the student or some passenger not happy about this. Why? They don't see how serious about the transmission something. So it's like wearing helmet in the past. They don't wear, they don't think that everything is the safety for them. They against, especially for the young students. They don't like to wear helmet. They drive motorcycle without helmet. So later on, we have a strict policy. If you don't do this, we not allow you to go inside. And for in terms of transportation, you not allowed to get in and inside the bus if you not follow the protocol in terms of prevention for the COVID. This is example for the situation for our campus that it changed. We have to adjust and stick. And right now, we looking for, as our teacher, we would like to join the conference to listen to the guest speaker. But right now, all of the conference is provided in terms of the online. But in terms of the university, we still have some meeting or conference. Anyway, we have to force them to stick with the protocols. Everyone have to wear masks, or we give fee for them for the mask, checking temperature. And for the meeting, we need to also strict with the protocol in terms of space distancing. We need to have the sign that, okay, you can sit here, cannot sit here, and wear mask, something during the meeting. So space distancing and social distancing also be common for us now. At the beginning, when we start in terms of the COVID prevention, many people not follow the protocol, but right now it become normal and people follow the protocol pretty well, I think. So, and it can be said that during the COVID, especially at the beginning, right now people adjust well because their life have been changed. They have to change the work shift. For example, before every day we come to the university. During the serious pandemic, we ask some staff to work at home and sometimes come to work, sometimes stay at home, sometimes online meeting something. That this kind make them stress for the situation too. So as the university, we also provide the mental support for the staff. As we are Buddhist, sometimes we invite the monk to do in terms of Buddhist teaching for the staff and people in the community, because not only physical health, the mental health of all staff will be the priority for university as well. And in terms of controlling for COVID. And education had been changed a lot so far. Speaking on behalf of the instructor, I think the COVID make us in terms of education reform. Before we have many international student conference, sometimes we have conference because in our area, we near the beach, beautiful beach, Bang San. So we be, visiting area for the people to come, and we usually host the conference in Bang San. But right now, no more. The difference is just online, just a small conference, and we have to follow the government protocol too. How many attendance and how to stick to prevent about the COVID transmission, something like that. Or for the New Year occasion, we have to ask permission from the university that we can set up for the meeting for important occasion or not, and we also have to submit the protocol. What should we do in terms of prevent for the spread out of the COVID? That give you example and the education big change. And right now, as for myself, I usually not use this kind, but recently I change my role a lot. I have to use team. I used to use Zoom meeting, but never did before. And then suddenly we have to get familiar and always get help from the technicians. So hard work for the technician right now because some senior teacher may be not familiar with the new technology. So we need help. We need them. Sometimes everything go on work well, and then during we teaching, sometimes suddenly it shut off or something like that. So the technicians should be available to help us, but we start to learn, and the university or the faculty of nursing sometimes organize the workshop to train us like how to use the platform, how to use some kind of the technology for teaching. Give you example. And the new normal in education train us, even the schools, college, and university. However, in terms of the privacy, the quality of teaching still be in question. And we need to concern about teaching management, education plan, communication, and working life in campus. So overall, we try to ensure that all students and teachers are safe with the depth of learning and managed as best as possible. So, and we also have to look at how to deliver knowledge to students and deeper learning, independent learning. We have to force them more. Okay, in terms of before we talk about health literacy, but right now as a teacher, as a student, we start to talk about information literacy. How we find out about the information, how do we make sense about this, and how we use about information, or become the concern, and this we have to promote for students. So in terms of information literacy, we focus on the learner. And just like this one, because when I read the article, they talk about the education in Thailand. They talk about the state on the state. Before, as a teacher, as I mentioned, right, we just in front of the class teach them. Okay, just a moment. Okay, so we have to change the role to be more facilitator of learning instead of teaching, provide knowledge for them all the time. So just would like to mention that we use the pattern, but we not completely. Right now, we use online teaching and learning for theory class. For example, when students, maybe the first year, so we provide online teaching and we prepare for all the system. And sometimes, as a nursing school, they still have to come to the classroom, but we have the strict protocol, not a big people. If many people, we divide into the small class, and sometimes we blend between online and offline teaching. We divide into, okay, this part of teaching, you come to class, another is attend online. And another thing is about homeschool learning. This kind will be more uses in Thailand. Okay, so as I mentioned about education for us and including our nursing school have been changed. The instructor should be promoted in terms of the competence in not only health literacy, information literacy, technologies, and some, as we have do some research, some instructor fear of technology, so they have some kind of psychological distress for somehow too. So in terms of to help them along the line, we need to have some technology personnel to support, and the university have been consider about this and promote training and workshop for all the staff. And we need all education for all, no matter where they are. Okay, and I like that. Maybe we can say that even though the COVID creates some our suffering this state, but at the same time, it serves as a catalyst to force us to reform about education. I think around the world, I'm no longer cannot not know anything about technology. I have to adjust myself. Even the student too, they have to adjust how to select the data, how to make use of the data, how to self-learning, something like that. So I think healthy campus is still be along the way that we need to adjust schooling, maybe stop or change the pattern, but the learning have to be go on and on. So the important is the learner, and I think we not just only try to accomplish the new normal, but should be desirable new normal, which that all the experts mutual discussion brainstorm together, and the most important to give the significant to the learner. So this give you example, our nursing school, and for some ceremony, they wear something that to prevent the COVID. I think the time is out, and so sorry for the technology that make it the time delay. Thank you. ให้เขาได้ยินนะได้ยินไหมได้ยินไหม
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Permpet, for giving us such informative and interesting presentation. Okay, for the participant, if have any question, you can read in the chat room. Now we are moving to the next session. For the second presenter, we have a speaker from Polytechnic of Health Surakarta, Mr. Widodo, Master of Nursing. Before invite him, I would like to read the curriculum vitae of Mr. Widodo. Yeah, the name is Mr. Widodo, Master of Nursing. He graduated from master degree of University of Melbourne, Australia in 2003. And now he is the head of the School of Nursing of POLKESTA Kemenkes Surakarta. He also the member of Senate of POLKESTA Kemenkes Surakarta. And from 2017 until now, he is at Advisory Council of Indonesian Nursing Association of Surakarta. Many activity, both national and international level, had already done by Mr. Widodo from 2005 until now. So I think I will give the time to Mr. Widodo to present the material. Oh no, I allow Mr. Widodo to present your material. Okay, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Sipil Sari. I would like to share with all of the audience, ladies and gentlemen. My topic would be very close to what already delivered by Prof. Bonpart, but I would like to see from the government policy, especially for the Ministry of Health of Republic of Indonesia, related to the COVID-19. Slide, please. Slide. Yeah, okay. So this is the outline that we'll be talking in very short about the policy development of the COVID-19 alert campus, as already also discussed by Prof. Bonpart, and then development of supporting instrument for the COVID-19 alert campus and mobilizing COVID-19 volunteers, especially around the campus. Slide. Okay, it's too small possibly, but you can see from the WHO slide the current situation about the COVID-19, but I just take some countries that some of the countries also joined for this international conference. Let's say for Indonesia, up to yesterday, there would be 617,000 more of the confirmed COVID-19 in the Philippines, following the number in Indonesia, and then some other countries like Malaysia and Thailand would be the lowest on the screen, but there's still many countries that I could not mention in this slide. The slide. Now we would like to see the government policy related to the safety of the campus. The first guidance for campus who have just written, if any of the academician or civitas academica going to offer from other countries, especially also guidance for campus currently in overseas and postponement of travel to overseas for campus community, and guideline for foreign guests visiting universities. This is the last thing that we also consider for this activity, why we conduct by webinar, because of the government policy to limit the transmissions of COVID-19. This is an example of our activity to have an international webinar a few months ago with some of the schools in the Philippines that we conduct by online. For the learning activity, I think all of the countries would already develop, as also mentioned by Prof. Bonpart, that we conduct synchronized and asynchronous activity learning. Yes, that we also experience the same thing, that in campus there are not many students anymore because of the policy, how to prioritize the safety of the student. But consequently, we have to provide sufficient internet quota for internet subsidy for student and lecture. Slide. For policies related to involvement of work unit and campus community in controlling COVID-19, including limiting the number of academicians on campus by implementing limitation. Implementing picket, that means only some lecturer and staff who do not really at risk for COVID-19 transmission, let's say less than 40 years old and do not have comorbid disease, who can go to the school, and some others who especially having high risk or having comorbid or having more than 45 years old, doing activity at home or working from home. Then community health monitoring through the COVID-19 surveillance application, access restriction on campus, also with students especially. We just allow students to go to campus just in case that they have to follow the class, especially for laboratory practice that they could not do at home. And it only in very few number so that we can maintain for physical distancing. And also spraying the campus with disinfectant. We also do this for frequently, let's say every week, every Monday morning before we start the activities. And application for protocol, we also support for personal protection equipment for all of the Civitas Academica, for lecturers, staff, and also for students. Next slide. This is an example for staff or to make sure that the school safely, because everything here already sprayed with disinfectant. Next slide. And then development of COVID-19 alert campus team. We also already established the COVID alert campus team. The activity would maintain campus resilience, especially in the health sectors, accelerate the handling of COVID-19 through synergy between faculties, department, study program, unit section, and institution. Also increase prevention of the spread of COVID-19, increase preparedness and ability to prevent, detect, and respond to COVID-19. So for all of people who want to go to the campus, to the office, they have to follow or fulfilling the assessment format first to make sure that there are no risk to go to the campus. Whenever they fulfill the format, then conclude for high risk, we have to make sure what make them high risk. Let's say they already have traveling to other countries or other places that in very risky or high transmission of COVID, then also for some other disease, let's say, then we advise them to stay at home first. Slide, please. The instrument developed to support the COVID-19 health campus, including the health campus website, we already mentioned as well for information and education about COVID-19 in the website, and campus citizen screening application, that what I mentioned before, including students, whenever they go to campus, they have to follow screening. Then medical service hotline, physical psychology service hotline, pocket book to prevent COVID-19, and educational media about COVID-19. Okay, next please. Mobilizing of COVID volunteers. We also prepare for the volunteers to contribute for the community. We can see from the picture. Let's see the slide, please. The slide. Okay, because we have very limited time. This is the example for the contribution of volunteer of the student whenever they go to the community for community services. We try to distribute for masks and some hand sanitizer, and then also coordinate with the what we call the leader of the community to have an activity. Slide. This also what already happened in a few days ago, that our students also joined for the volunteer for local election nationally, that we distribute about 100 students and staff to follow and make sure whether the activity follow the health protocol or not. Okay, next slide. And here the goals for the COVID-19 alert camps program and how to reach it involve the budget for COVID-19 status and their role in campus life. Okay, let's see very quickly. Slide. Including support case, suspect case, and then this is the new update for COVID-19 status: suspect, probable, confirmed, close contact, travel, and discharge. They would be quite similar to other countries. And the target would be university leaders and lecturers, also students. Slide. This is the example of the form that for all of the civitas to go to campus to fulfill first. Whenever they are at high risk, then they have to make sure what make them at risk, whether they still be allowed to go to the campus or not. Okay, slide please. This the stakeholder, I think, already clear for any one of you who are active in the school or the university, for the leaders. And then next slide. This is for lecturers and staff, condition distant learning, distant lecture activities, because some of them are already following the working from home. Then next slide, please. Student and student organization. We also involve the student organization to participate. Okay, thank you. Next slide, please. This the rule for any school having dormitory. It's very risky to have a transmission in the dormitory, because you know that many students living together there. Then we have to make sure by the rule, regulation, and then support monitoring, and also for subsidy for personal protective equipment. Slide, please. Okay, next slide, please. The rule for the leader, yes, it includes initiator, motivator, facilitator, executor. We need them who having very strong leadership here, and sometimes we need agreement to some other institution to support this. Slide. How to develop COVID-19 health in the campus? It includes campus management for COVID-19 health campus, and then need assessment, target assessment, development of COVID-19 health campus program, implementation of COVID-19 health program, health campus, and evaluation. Slide. This is just the example of our implementers for make sure for safety of the faculty. Slide. Implementation of COVID-19 health campus, establishing a crisis center or task force team, human resource development, networking, mainstreaming of COVID-19 outbreak risk reduction. Slide. This is a picture for screening that conducted by the student involved in what we call task force. The white formal dress student screening for their friends or any other communities going to the campus by checking for form that already fulfilled, and then checking for the temperature and make sure that they already wearing mask and some other equipment. Okay, the relationship of the three dharma, that means the three mind responsibility for the campus. Education, yes, we already make sure that they already doing this at home, and then research also how to focus on COVID-19 management and community services. Slide. This is an example. Whenever they have to go to the campus, then we have to make sure into very small group and make sure for physical distancing. Slide. Also, whenever conducting the ceremony, including for graduation, we also conduct an online graduation. So only few students or alumni follow for graduation. Slide. This is the example that already developed by the Ministry of Health to be communicated with other people. Next slide. Next, okay, this is just an example that actually you also can access this site from the Ministry of Health. Very complete. Okay, slide. Yes, that's, thank you. Salamat po, komkut. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Widodo, for interesting presentation, I think, but because of the limitation of time, so fast, but if any question, again, you can write in the room chat. And now we are moving to the last speaker for plenary one. The speaker is Dr. Haripin Tokap Sinaga, BSc MCN. Okay, before I invite him, I would like to read the curriculum vitae of Dr. Haripin. Okay, and the name Dr. Haripin Tokap Sinaga, BSc MCN. He graduated from Nutrition Academic Padang in 1987, and then in 1995 he graduated from master degree University of Queensland, Australia. Then in 2005 he graduated from doctoral program of University Sumatera Utara. And now current position is a lecturer in Polytechnic of Health, Medan, but he also experienced as a nutrition consultant of UNICEF in Aceh and Palu. Many publications, especially in nutrition, both in Indonesia and international level, are already done. So I invite to Dr. Haripin Tokap to present your material. So the time is yours.
Thank you, moderator. Let me share screen first.
The time. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, first of all, thank you to the committee for inviting me as one of the speakers in this international conference. My name is Haripin Tokap Sinaga from Polkesta Medan. In these occasions, I would like to present my original research with the title, Assessing the Effect of School Meal Report on the Performance of School Meal of Kindergarten Students in Indonesia. Around 30% of school children is suffering from malnutrition in the world, and the challenging to improve the nutrition of these children is to maintain the healthy school meal. Several studies prove that healthy school meal is related to the nutrition status of the children, especially if we could produce the nutritionist school meal model. The current type of school meals that our survey proved that most children, especially in Indonesia, bring fried noodles, fried rice, and fried egg. At the end of the school, mostly they bring about half of the food at home, and it becomes the worst. While the survey of Indonesians in 2016 found that children of Indonesians only consume 50 to 80 grams of fruit and vegetables per day, while WHO suggested that children should consume 200 grams fruit and vegetables per day. These problems bred the ideas for the team to create a school meal report for kindergarten. In this school meal report, we have 5 items to be scored: the types of foods, the way of processing, the way of serving, food consumed, and the types of meal box. These ideas based on the theory. The first, we use the achievement motivation theory and the risk communication theory. And the Brunstein said that most individuals hope for success and fear to failure. So we use these scores to make the mother aware of their children's food to be better than before. And Gerard found that the risk informations can improve mother's risk perceptions. And In this study, the nutrition education play important role, as some reporters found that the scores can improve maternal knowledge and children and nutritional status. The Fargelin also found that using numbers and percents is usually used in study in public health. In Indonesia now, is about 200,000 kindergarten schools with 10 million students with 750,000 teachers. So this could be the potential target of the school meal report if the report of the school can effectively work for the children and school. The research questions: do the school meal reports can improve the school meal performance? And the objective of the study is to assess the effectiveness of school meal report on food performance with the hypothesis school meal reports effectively improve the school meal performance. The study locations, two provinces, Riau and Sumatra. The type of study is quasi-experimental study. And we involved 106 mothers in each province, and we use 11 tests to analyze the homogeneity, and then the independent test to analyze the difference of scores between intervention group and control group. Prior to start the interventions, we designing the school meal report. The layout, the score system, the items of food to score, and communication sheets between teacher and mothers and nutritionalists is in the report. We call it in Bahasa Indonesia, buku raport makanan. And the categories of food performance, if the score range from 6 to 7.5, low performance, 7.6 to 8.5, good performance, and 8.6 to 10, best performance. And then we go to the trial, and then we measure the acceptance of the mothers, and then we go to the real interventions. During the interventions, we have at least 5 activities, even in the intervention group and control group. In intervention group, we provide school meal reports, while in control group, no school meal reports. But in both groups, we conduct daily food observations and put the score in the monitoring book. In intervention group and also control group, we train the teachers how to use the monitoring book, how to monitor the food every day. And intervention group, we have 3 types of nutrition education for mothers and headmaster and teachers, but no in control group. And the interventions took 12 weeks, or about 3 months. This is the flowchart of the interventions. First, we do the socialization of the school meal report to teachers, children, mothers, and headmasters. And then the teachers do the daily monitoring food and put it in the monitoring book. And every children put in this logbook the name and the score of each item. And this is the average of the score every day. And every week, the teachers put the scores, the average score into report. And this is the 5 item of the report. And every Saturday or Friday, the teachers send the report to mothers through the children. And the report, the teachers make the notes. For those children who have low scores, the teacher suggested to improve the quality or the types of food, and then the mothers respond the notes of the teachers and give back the report to children and to teachers. This has happened about 12 weeks during the interventions. There are 3 main results that I would like to present in these occasions. Of the composite scores at baseline and inline, the average scores of 5 items of food performance at inline, and the trend line of scores during the 12 weeks interventions. In this table, we can see that at baseline, the average score in the intervention group 7.15, while in control group 7.9, and the p-value above of 0.05 means that there is no difference between the score in interventions and control group. But then after 12 weeks, we calculated the inline scores. Based on the table, we can see that the inline score for interventions is 8.994 in interventions, and control studies 7.52. And the statistical mention proof that there is a difference between interventions and control group of school meal performance. And this is the 5 items, the average of the 5 items. For the type of food, among the 5 types of foods, the lowest score is for type of foods, and the highest score is the way of serving, the way of mother serve the children food. But if we compare of the score in the control and intervention study, there is a significant difference for all items in the score of the food performance. This is the lines, the trend line of the scores. I will explain it slowly. At week 1, the average score in 2 groups is 7.2, the average score, even in the 2 groups. But then at week 4, there is a slight improvement in intervention study and also in control study. But then in week 7, the sharply increase in intervention group from 7.2 to 9.7, about 2.5 point in intervention group, while in control group is only 0.9 point during 6 weeks of the study. But 1 week later, we can see that the line is decreased. This is because of the earlier fasting month at the time. So it means that at the time mothers not provide better food for the children, but then after 1 week, the line up again, and then up to the 12 weeks or 12, the line is stagnant. But the score of intervention group almost 10, 9.9, while in the control 7.8. We discussed this result as we understand. This is before intervention situations, and this is after interventions. What role affect these situations? The first, there is a theory that it might be mother has a fear for the children to get the lower score because a child failing in achieving better food performance for his school meal. This theory comes from the Mike Cleland about the theory of achievement. But the similar findings by some researchers using the numbers in public health, it comes from several studies. And the nutrition educations is effectively change the nutritional behavior. It could be the mother's nutritional behavior change during 1 month to 1.5 months, because as the line says that the increasing come after 1 month after the interventions. And also in nutrition educations play important for the food choices. This is a study by Allen, and also the nutrition educations, play to status of the children. So what make this? This is because it's not easy to change the mother's motivations, the mother's awareness. So it took at least 4 weeks or at least 25 days communications by teachers and mothers in order to change the food from this food to this food. What are the implications of this study? We found that during the interventions, the teachers have the load burden because every day they should teach the children, but by this program, they should monitor, they should observe the foods every day in the morning and then put the score in the logbook. And then after the meal, they have to make also the notes in the report and send the report to the teachers, to the mothers. And the implication, if this report effectively used in school, it needs budget. And positively implications is school accreditations. This is the experience for those who use this report have the A accreditations because they have maintained the nutritional program in the school. However, we acknowledge the limitation of this study. We don't detail as the family income and the breakfast before school. Breakfast before school is affect the consume of food at school, because if children eat more food before school, it will affect the school meal at 10 o'clock at the school. And the strengthness, we found that the score system is frequently used in school. So it is easy, it might easy for teachers and also for mothers to understand the score and to understand it, to interpret the score and to fill the score in the report. The conclusion, school meal report is effective in motivating mothers to provide good meal performance. Intervention is highly depending on the interest of school headmaster and role of teachers and mothers' motivations. The future studies need to evaluate the composition of school meal to produce the nutritional school meal effective and cognitive performance and nutrition studies. But in the COVID, during the COVID, this media is very important to use because we cannot measure the food in school, but we can use this by photo, by pictures. So the mothers photo, take a picture of the food and send it to teachers, and the teachers put the scores in the meal report. So this is the good media for the COVID-19 situations. I think this is the end of my presentations. Thank you. Back to the moderators.
Presentation, I think it's very okay. Thank you very much to Dr. Haripin Dokapsinaga for your interesting presentation. And now we will move to the session discussion. And in this session, I have already questions. The first question from Dr. Hanung, and he asked to Dr. Promet. The question is, how traditional therapy used to fight COVID-19 in Thailand? So the question, okay, I will read again. How are traditional therapy used to fight COVID-19 in Thailand? Hello, Dr. Prompat. Can you hear my voice?
Can you hear? Yes, I can.
Okay, yes. Now I can hear your voice.
You asked me about how alternative health in terms of prevention of COVID, right? For the questions.
repeat again the first question. How are traditional therapy used to fight COVID-19 in Thailand?
So you mean the traditional therapy?
Yep.
We still work on it, okay? But for some traditional therapy, for example, some something that people more healthy, something used, but in terms of research, it's not I have a big data for this. Okay, just for some try to healthy earth in Thailand to make them strong in terms of prevent flu, make the body have the something like that. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Uh, I also have other question to you, Doctor, about the implementation of nursing learning in Budava during COVID-19 in order to achieve competency. So what university do about that?
You mean in terms of enhanced competency for nursing student, right? I think we do it many ways. We, master student, they have to focus on research for in terms of the COVID preventions and for nursing. We also provide education in the curriculum and in any conference we try to promote because nursing student is a low material. They expect our nursing student to be competent. So as a faculty, we have to enhance them in terms of the knowledge and in terms of working with the community to share the law in terms of preventions and more research. We focus on the master and doctoral student in terms of conduct research in this area.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer. And I think because we have a limitation of time, so for participants who want to ask to the presenter, you can read in the email or in the room chat, and I will give to them. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, we finally come to the end of this conference, especially for the first session. Before I close the conference, and I would like to make a conclusion what already speaker presented. Yeah, the first about the campus situation because of COVID-19 pandemic, so the campus must ready with the new situation. Yeah, there are many changing in the learning process to adapt with the new normal life. So all campus must ready. There are many kind of activity that already done by the campus both in Thailand and Indonesia in order to adapt with the new normal life. And then, yes, I think that's all for the first plenary session. Thank you very much for the speaker and all participants, and give applause for the speaker and for you all. Thank you very much. Yeah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And I return to the master of ceremony.
Thank you for Mrs. Siti Lestari for guiding the first plenary session.
Okay, Zaki,
Yes?
do you know after this there are many speakers that will be give their speech.
Oh, really?
Yes, of course. And Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to second plenary session. The speakers of second plenary session are Dr. Sandip Poder from Lincoln University College, Malaysia, and then Mr. Adi Mardi Harnanto, Master of Nursing from Poltekkes Kemenkes Surakarta, Indonesia, and Mr. Fahmi Hafil, Sarjana Gizi MKes from Poltekkes Palu, Indonesia. The second plenary session will be guided by Mr. Widodo, Master of Nursing as moderator. To Mr. Widodo, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, Dr. Sandip. How are you? We could not hear your sound, please. Your sound, please. We could not hear now. Not yet.
Hello.
Okay. Yes.
Hello.
Yes. Hello. Okay, that's good. Okay.
Can you hear now?
Yes.
Okay.
Very
Thank
clear.
you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Sandip. For the first speaker for the second plenary session is Dr. Sandip Poddar. He is the Senior Research Director and Executive Editor, member of Board of Study, Lincoln College University, Malaysia. He has been graduated from University of Calcutta in 1993 with honors in zoology. He has obtained postgraduate diploma in diabetics from All India Institute for Hygiene and Public Health 1995, Master of Science in Zoology with specialization in biochemical genetics from Dayal-Bach Education Institute for 1998 with distinction and still very long. So I would apologize for Dr. Sandip Poddar, but for participant, you can read for a complete curriculum vitae for him, just to have efficient time. So, would you please, Dr. Sandip Poddar, to present your topic? I hope you can finish no more than 25 minutes, please. Okay,
Thank you.
time is yours.
Okay, now slide. Okay. Okay, sir. Dr. Widodo. Sir, I'm audible. Hello.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Widodo, for inviting me, and also Miss Siti Lestari, Madam, for inviting me in the 4th International Nursing Conference on the roles of nurses in response to COVID-19. And as you have mentioned in the conference, as all of you know, that it is the aspects we are talking about: clinical, educational, managerial, and research settings. And in this aspect, the conference have given different types of themes like disaster management, healthcare management, healthcare informatics, different scope. And we will go through this on the second day, maybe tomorrow, of different types of articles and presentations. So without further wasting my time, your time, and we will just brief some of the new aspects and the old aspects, as all of you are nurses maximum. So in nurses conference, so I am talking about different aspects, just starting. Thank you. So as nurses roles in treating patients with COVID in this situation involves targeting the patients from detecting the suspected cases, triaging, then providing essential treatment, helping in decontamination and coordination, supply holistic nursing practices in managing multiple infections simultaneously. Then playing critical roles in expanding care services and dealing with relatives. In crisis, they have more tasks to satisfy patients and their families. Nurses must be well equipped, as our first speaker, Dr. Sugianto, told. Also, Dr. Pornpath has described many educational what you call facilities and what you call equipments, how we are applying in this situation. And many of all of you are also aware about this. So there is skill in managing crisis that our previous speaker already highlighted, that have to be developed, that Dr. Sugianto already highlighted, that skill need to develop to cope with this changed situation. So involving clinical treatment, decontamination, isolation, communication, rigging, psychological support, and palliative care, all is means involved. So you can see the clinical and managerial activity. We all know that taking care of patients, feeding, also taking history in different places, taking swabs, and you can see this health worker also this support by the police and other administrative workers, security. And you see in the hospital setup, the nurses have to do the teamwork. They have to, if there is no PPE, they have to prepare their own PPE set, and also their precautionary measure they have to take by themselves. They have to help each other and manage it. They have to tackle the patient's family and reception counter, and they don't know, means we don't know that the patient is positive or family member who is talking they are positive or not in different types of infection. Not only COVID, they may have different types of infectious disease in them. So we have to be very careful on these aspects. So we are doing the drive-through testing also in Malaysia and other places, and all these has to be done by the health workers, the caregivers, and nurses. In this aspect, when we are talking about education, as Dr. Pornpat already told maximum things, so education have both classroom teaching and clinical practicum. Nursing means nursing education. So these two components have to what you call combined together. So Dr. Sugant already told that we can get 100% of cognitive knowledge from the online teaching, but we cannot get the skill in the online teaching. So there are different strategies implemented in response to emerging infectious disease, and core values of professional nursing should be taught in this main aspect in this online or different types of new education system. In this context, we should know that there are different universities in different countries are awarding degrees quickly, so that the nurses are graduates become quick graduate and they can go for the treatment and what we call the service, cater service to the COVID and infected community. So you can see this is the 10th December 2020. Louisiana Catholic University, the graduates, they make early graduation. Not only there, University of Maryland School of Nursing allow the students to graduate early. It is November 25 news. So there are different universities, not only here, India, UK, Australia, everywhere. The nurses are giving quick graduation, so that, and doctors, medical doctors also, so that they can go and support as a the in the field. In this context, I must tell you that one of our means student, they told that, oh, she has supposed to submit one article to me, and when I asked why you are late, then she told I am busy with the COVID infection center because I have debuted there and I cannot go out for 7 days from there. So I cannot concentrate of any other thing. I have to only cater the service there. So in this aspect, when research and publication we are talking about, the thing is changed in because when we do research, you can see that Dr. Sugant already told this data, and Mr. Widodo also described that the cases yesterday 618K in Indonesia. You can see the graph, the total rising graph, not that it is down and up like that. So it is a little bit what you call means very dangerous and very infectious disease. Not only it is infecting, and there is detection also power, means we have not facility enough to detect always. That is another option, and also it is very infectious. So death also changing. Malaysia also, you can see it was become zero at one time, again it rise now. Yesterday also in Selangor state itself more than 400. So the changes is there, and the infection is always there. In this context, when research and innovation, and Dr. Suganto again told that there is robot, etc. we are using. In Indonesia, we have Indonesia have developed one patent they have filed, and this is the how to means isolation chamber where the nurses and the medical health workers will be outside, and they wear these gloves, and the patient will be inside, and they test with this type of facility. So the infection cannot come directly to the other chamber where the health workers are there. And these chambers are disinfected frequently after every patient go out. So like this type of new things, research and innovation going on and developing is coming up. It is already published, means in Indonesia, a patent, and it is on 16, 14, means in around 2-3 months back, I think. May, it is May, already it is out. Now, so after this, there is, when we talking about this, there are physical and mental distress going on when we facing this type of situation. So physical strain, because one nurse have to cater more because the patients is more, and we have to wear PPE, etc. many types of thing, and we cannot go out for 7 days like that, because when every time we have to contaminate, isolate ourselves from our family members, and as limited number of staff, the pressure of work is more. So there is a physical strain, then chronic overtime, night shift working, workplace violence, because if some patients die, the family members is become violent and etc. So nurses have to face, and health caregivers have to face, in the frontliners have to face the patient and what do you call the family members. So there is a stress in workplace always, and these all raise our body hormonal balance, means disbalance our body hormonal balance, that resulting in hyperglycemia, hyperinsulinemia, arteriosclerosis, hypertension, and this type of stress related disorders. So you can see there are different types of things happening. As let's have contraceptive, few months back we have heard that Indonesia and also other countries, we have listened that the many new pregnancy coming up, and the baby have to take care of her differently. So many places previously and now also patients returned from the hospital that we cannot take care of your child and etc. because the COVID is there. So you cannot enter into the hospital at all. So there are many cases are there, and so they request to postpone the boom. Then who are the workers? The health workers, they have to, they have their family, we have our own family. So when we are working, nurses are working in hospital, who will take care of their baby? So they have to search for babysitter. So this is a very, and when we talking about these caregivers not only nurses, when the patient is there in our family, so the patient have to take care, he has to give medicine, he has to take to hospital, money will be spent, time have to spend. So the family members are the caregivers. So these article have been published in Malaysian Journal of Health Sciences in recently in November. So this type of thing is most important, the caregiver's role in their family itself. Then nurses are always trained, as I told. You can see the Jakarta Post. medical. And another thing is the funeral rejected. Not only nurses, many patients funeral also rejected when they see that is COVID positive case. They don't want to take the dead body also, and they don't want to bury, they don't want to burn, etc. Many things, objection coming of the society itself. So this all, this is published in BBC News that coronavirus Indonesia grapples with fear of hidden virus surge. So these all leads to a depression level and stress and depression. So in WHO, it is told as black dog syndrome. So when the black dog is with us, it is under our control, then it is okay. But when the shadow of the dog covers us, we are under the depression condition and we cannot come out. So the depression is a mood of depression, a disorder that is a disease and that we cannot control over it, and we have no medicine. Means medicine have, but it is not uh, curable depression medicine. We differ, there are different types of things have that we can release the depression. We will see. So as per WHO mental health, there are, we are have to be informed of the situation, have a routine. You can go through this website of WHO mental health, and then you can get proper information and you can follow to keep our mental health good. I'm not discussing much about this because time limitation is there. So we have to keep social contact by like this type of meeting and also talking, not physical contact. Social contact should be there. Alcohol and drugs should not be taken, and screen time on computer, as we are online working, we more spend time on screen. That should be limited. We have to make, we have to keep away from video games, especially the children and young kids. Social media, we have to support the correct information and oppose the wrong informations so that we can get proper information at a time, all persons can get. So all this you can get through WHO website, and help others, support health workers. So this link is there, and also I can provide after this in the chat box, so you can go through this link. So now what we can do to release our stress, the nurses can do. We can do apply feng shui at our home to make a environmental science friendly home or situation where we live, so that our mind will be refreshed. So that morning we open the window, we see the bright sun and green, so that our mind will be refreshed. Like this type of feng shui we should apply in our living space. We should apply music, art and pet therapy, so that we are happy, our mind will be stressless, like that. Because this thing don't require any violent and etc. We have to keep isolate and do the apply these things. Message, if proper, if possible, it will stimulate with oil, we can use oil, etc. If it is not that everything we have to apply, any one we can apply, anything what we can do, we can do. Reiki, like healing touch, like it is a mother's touch with a baby. So it is a healing touch type of application. So there is labyrinth walk. So a path of meditation, you can go walk around and around and around, so that your stress will go out from the body, your mind. Then there is mantra, etc., which in traditionals in other countries they have this mantra, so that they can think about the God and Lord, so that their mind will be isolated from the this type of stress in the work field. There is drum cycle, hypnotherapy. These all are different types which we can apply. Traditional yoga, so that we can release our stress. There are tea or herbal aromatherapy. We can use these in our room, your car, etc. Very easy, and this will refresh our mind. Then mindfulness, same as per meditation type, guided imagery also, hypnotherapy type. So these all things are leading us to release our strain and mental disturbance, so that our mind will be straight and our mind will be free from the stress. You can see when we can close our hand like this, two hand, you can try, all of you, so that you can see that one finger will go up. Maybe your right hand finger will, thumb will go up, or left hand somebody's. So again, try open and try another hand, go up. If it is right hand, now you try to put left hand. You will find difficult because you are not, your mind setup is right. Suppose left hand, whose left hand, right hand is left hand. So your mind setup is top, this finger will go up automatically. So when you want to do different, you will find difficulty. We all will find difficulty. Suppose we are taking rice by right hand. If we means writing by right hand, we try by left hand, it will find difficult. But we have to adjust it. We have to go out from this comfort zone of safe and self control, that yes, we can do this with right hand, we no need to use left hand, we don't need to do hypnotherapy, we don't need to do any stress release therapy, etc. We keep as it is. We don't want to follow, we don't wear mask, whatever is dying, no problem. Like that, we will not die. This type of thing we should not do. We should go out, we should learn how to cope up with this situation, and then we can move forward. It is not that we go straight like that. This is a curve. We have to accept of the, you can see this Kubler-Ross model, all of you know, maybe grief cycle. So first we have to, we have depressed when we know that this will not come from China, it will not come, it is cold, etc., etc. Then when it is come, it is affecting everybody, then we are very angry, what is going on, everybody losing job, many things happening, then we get depressed for this. And from there we are start bargaining that how we can go out, and then we accept, yes, we have to wear mask, we have to wash hands, etc., etc. We have to go for online teaching, this, etc. Then we are going out. So there are inspiring role of nurses in midwifery in COVID-19 frontline Zimbabwe. I just show you the right written here. What is written in small write up, that to be a nurse and midwife means to be a service no matter the circumstances. So if COVID is there or not, you have to serve. Nurse and midwifery in Zimbabwe are not just health workers. It is not only Zimbabwe. I am talking it all over us, all over the world, that not just health workers, they are mothers, sisters, and leaders in their communities. In honor of nurses and midwifery, the commitment to their profession, WHO designated 2020 as the International Year for Nurses and Midwife, prior to COVID-19 infection, a pandemic at all. So, and WHO declared nurses and midwife here, and of course, it is in practically we are in this type of International Year of Nurse and Midwifery. Not only that, also health workers also, we can tell that it is the international year. So WHO's declaration coming in true in our daily life. So when we are no longer able to change the situation, we are challenged to change ourselves. This is talk by Professor Dr. Viktor Frankl, and we have to struggle for existence, struggle for the and survival of the fittest, and this will be selected by the nature who will stay. It is not that we can go straight line. You know, we all know ECG curve. ECG curve never becomes straight. If that straight, means we all die. Our life is changeable. There should be up and down, and we have to adapt ourselves. If we cannot adapt, we cannot cope up with this type new virus, we have to be die. There may not be a virus vaccine, effective vaccine available in last few years later also. We are trying, all of us is trying to get vaccine, etc. But it may not be available. So what we can do? We'll
Sorry, Dr. Sadip, your voice is disappeared.
Okay. So,
okay, thank you.
So we must tell survival of the fittest. Who will survive, he will live. If cockroach will survive, it will live. Dinosaur will die. So if we cannot adapt with the new situation, we cannot change ourselves, we will die. So nature will select who will stay. The COVID virus will stay with us, we already know. So how we can cope up in the every field of life. Nurses' role in the education sector, as we are doing online seminar, etc., conference for the education upliftment. And these things we should go on, and that is the thing where we are like, means we do more research. We just conducted in March 2020, we just conducted physical conference on disaster management from Indonesia jointly. But see, after that, flight also closed, and now post also closed from Malaysia to Indonesia, and the publication come out. So these think of research going on. All nurses, education sector are doing online teaching 24 hours almost, and this type of thing going on. So I must tell all of us should change ourselves and do some relaxation, etc. And I must thankful to Polytechnic Kementerian Kesehatan Sukarta and the organizers to giving me this opportunity to talk in front of you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sandeep. Very interesting topic. Okay, before we have a discussion, then we would like to continue for the second speaker for the second plenary session. The second speaker is Mr. Adi Matihanando from POLKESTA Surakarta, with the topic of community empowerment in response to COVID-19 pandemic in application in Central Java, Indonesia. Mr. Adi, can you hear me?
Yes, Pawit.
Okay, before we start, I just briefly read your curriculum vitae because you have very long pages of your CV. Okay, he is Mr. Adi Matiananto, graduated from Bachelor of Nursing Pioneers, continued with Master of Nursing from the University of Melbourne, Australia, 2003. Then he also gaining certificate from nursing curriculum in Japan Asian Youth Friendship Program by 2005. And now he's continuing his study for S3 for doctoral program in University of 11 Maret Surakarta. He also has many additional education. Some of them would be preceptorship, mentorship from Nursing Association Indonesia, then ethic research, and then triage officer courses by 2016, and also short course for training for early warning system by 2018, and some other history of active organization. It's very long, so to make efficient time, I would like to directly invite Mr. Adi to deliver your topic. So would you please, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Pak Widodo. Let me to share my screen first. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, on this occasion, allow me to share my material on the topic of community empowerment in response to COVID-19 pandemic. I would like to share our discussion, especially an application in Central Java, Indonesia. As you know all, that we are currently experiencing the COVID-19 pandemic. As we know that pandemic is caused by COVID-19. This is the infectious disease that is very dangerous actually to the safety and lives of the people in the world, including in our country, in Indonesia. And then But actually, people don't need to be very worried about this pandemic, actually, because basically the COVID-19 disease can be prevented from spreading. Based on the theory, infectious disease that spread in the world, especially COVID-19, can be prevented by breaking the chain of infection. Actually, as we know, COVID-19 is an infectious disease whose transmission pattern in through droplets of sufferers. So to prevent transmission, we must prevent the transmission of this droplet by wearing masks and then washing hands frequently and also keeping a distance, actually. But it is not easy to implement this health protocol. Why? This is due to many factors, especially the public knowledge, also the compliance of the community. In order to increase the compliance and the knowledge of public, we have to increase our efforts to gain the prevention and promotion for community. As we know that actually for 30 years ago, WHO had already campaigns, the primary health, primary care health or primary health care or PHC. The primary health care is a whole of society approach to health and well-being centers on the needs and preference of individual families and communities. In the paradigm of the PHC or primary health care, community empowerment is the health sector has actually been introduced since primary health care was launched. Actually, community participation is very important. It's very important to improve health status. In Indonesia, primary health care is translated into an alert affiliate program, or we can call desa siaga. This is the alert or prepared field, or that we call desa siaga. This is the transform from the primary health care that can increase the empowerment of public or a community to gain the high level of health status. Desa siaga or a village preparedness village or alert village, actually the condition that this village have the residents who are ready to face health problem and disaster as well as emergency situation. So when we conduct the alert village or the preparedness of village, actually we have already to gain our sustainable development goals or SDGs. So our world community have already image that sustainable development goal have to be gained as soon as possible, actually, although we have the time target. Okay. Of course, this alert village program is very supportive of the achievement of the SDGs to run the desa siaga. Okay, we have 4 steps to run the desa siaga. First of all is first discussion. In this first discussion, we assess the community to build a commitment that health status is the responsibility of community. collaborate with government. And then when the community has the commitment to build their heart by themselves, actually they will have the planning, and they will have the intervention for their heart program. Okay, when they have commit that the heart status is the community responsibility, we have continued to the second level, to the second step. I'm sorry. In the second step, we assess the community to conduct the health assessment in themselves, actually, and we assess them to gain the data regarding to the heart problem.
Sorry, Mr. Ati, 2 minutes left, please.
Based on community.
2 minutes, please.
When we have collect the data from the community-based data, we can analyze this data, and we can conduct the priority of the intervention based on community planning. And then we go to the next step, for the third step. In the third step, the community will implement their planning by themselves. And then what is the role of government and the nurses or the doctor? Actually, the role of government is just to assist, actually. But the government have the huge decision. Government can have so many problem, so many program. Government can have so many funds and so on. And then by planning of the community, they can implement their planning. And for the last step, they can evaluate their program by themselves. This is the implementation of primary healthcare. So come back to the first step. We have to assess the community to build the commitment that the health status is the responsibility of community, actually. In development of community empowerment, don't forget to involve the public community leaders. Why? Because community leaders are very trusted by the community.
Mr. Ati, 1 minute left, please. One minute left, please. Thank you.
And also volunteer group must also be empowered, because volunteer are the spirit in inviting people to live healthy. Without volunteer, so many program can be run. Okay, and this is the application in Central Java Province. The empowerment community to respond the COVID-19, we built the Joko Tonggo program. Joko Tonggo is neighbors look after one another to combat COVID-19. Okay, start from tracing. When one people confirm of COVID-19, and then community help to tracing the other cases and so on. This is Joko Tonggo. Besides that, we have to we have to keep some support to other neighbors when they have already isolation. Okay, both of isolation in.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Adi. So sorry because the time is very limited. We have to move for the next speakers. For the third speaker for the second plenary is Mr. Hafid, Nutrition, Bachelor of Nutrition, Magister of Health. Hello, Mr. Fahmi, can you hear me?
Hello. Yes, I am here very clearly.
Okay, thank you. It's very clear as well. Then before you start, just briefly, I read your CV. Mr. Hafid, graduate from Bachelor of Nutrition from POLKESTA, Kemenkes Makassar by 2000. Then also Bachelor for Nutrition Science from University of Hasanuddin, 2007. And Master of Public Health from University Hasanuddin as well, 2015. And now he's doing his doctoral program in University of Tadulako. Many publications from Mr. Fahmi. At least he has 5 publications in Scopus indexes, and then some others also in non-Scopus publication. Very long, many publications, but now we have to move for your material. So for Mr. Fahmi, would you like to start now, please? Time is yours. 10 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Widodo, Master of Nurse, for the opportunity. Today you look very handsome, and I hope our event will be successful until tomorrow. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Peace be upon you and all the mercy and blessing. Best wishes to all of us. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. First all, we say Alhamdulillah, thanks be to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, salawat to the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, so that on this occasion we can meet in the 4th International Nursing Conference Surakarta. And Your Excellency, Head of Center for Education of Health Human Resource, the Ministry of Health Republik Indonesia, Dr. Haji Sugianto, Sarjana Pendidikan Magister Applied Science. Your Excellency, Director of Surakarta Health Polytechnic, Mr. Satino, Sarjana Kesehatan Masyarakat, Magister Science Nurse. The Director of Palu Health Polytechnic, Mr. Nasrul, Sarjana Kesehatan Masyarakat, Magister Kesehatan. Honored Head of Research and Community Service Center of Surakarta Health Polytechnic, Mrs. Yoyon Setiorini, Sarjana Keperawatan, Nurse Magister Keperawatan, dan Honorable Chairman of the Committee International, the 4th International Nursing Conference. First of all, I would like to thank the Director of Surakarta Health Polytechnic for the invitation to the 4th International Nursing Conference Surakarta now. We also very happy to have a session today with Mr. Sande Podar. I see a lot of book and article publication from him. Hopefully we can also carry out the publication with you, with Dr. Sande Podar from Lincoln University College, Malaysia. Excuse me, maybe video I'm close because to maintain connectivity from here. And likewise with Mr. Andi Mardi Hernanto, Master of Nurse, College of Surakarta Health Polytechnic. What you presented earlier was very interested and gave us idea regarding community empowerment to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. share my slide. Excuse. Yes. Other researchers, Mr. Dwi Erma Kusumawati and Mr. Nasrul, we present our research and detailed study on the implementation of infant and young children feeding, counseling, and stunting focus area at Central Sulawesi during the COVID-19 pandemic. Just additional information, Central Sulawesi province is one of the provinces in Indonesia which located in the central part of Sulawesi Island and also in central Indonesia. The Palu Health Polytechnic is located in Palu City, 13 kilometers from the city center, has 4 departments, namely nursing, midwifery, sanitation, and nutrition. We also have a nursing professional study program. This photo shows our research in 2019 years related to the feeding of infant and young children after the earthquake and tsunami in the 2018 years in Palu City. And in the year 2020, we raised the theme of feeding infant and young children in the stunting area during the COVID-19 period. Because in the year 2020, there was a COVID-19 pandemic, research activity were carried out by paying attention to health protocol and utilizing technological facilities such as Zoom, WhatsApp, Google Form, and YouTube. We provide guidance on filling our questionnaires and counseling practice using Zoom media. Then the participant reported their activity by filling in the Google form and recording video of counseling activity during the COVID-19 period. Counselors and clients keep their distance, use masks, and regularly wash their hands using soap in the running water. It's just that, unfortunately, there has not been much attention to the use of masks in the children. We can see in the picture of children around adults not wearing masks. Photos show the counseling activity in the counseling room of the Community Health Center at the Biromari Community Health Center, Sigi Regency. It seems that both the counselor and the client are still wearing masks. The use of counseling tools such as flip chart and leaflet is also used well by counselor. Even an integrated service post, or usually call it posyandu, counselor use special clothes to prevent COVID-19 contamination. Mothers of children under 2 years old also wear masks and keep their distance from each other. This photo shows the counseling activity at the client house. During the home visit, the counselor wears a mask and uses a flip chart to provide counseling, keep distance from other health worker, and keep distance from client. Maybe because the counseling setting is carried out at home so that the house owner mother does not use a mask when the counseling takes place. This is also a lesson for all of us so that officer who will conduct home visit carry out counseling to bring spare masks for client. Background introduction from my research is counseling is an important part of successful infant and young child feeding. Optimal infant and young child feeding is a key area for improving child survival and promoting health growth and development. Undernutrition has been associated with approximately half of all child death. The key area for improving child survival and promoting health growth and development is optimal infant and young child feeding. Atimati et al. 2019. And Breastfeeding and complementary breastfeeding are actual obligation for mother and require the support of family, community, and health worker. Amatus Lamere, 2016. To overcome stunting quickly, much of the government has focused on handling stunting in the locus, including IHF training activity, which are expected to solve the problem of stunting choose in the death area. Based on the description above, we are interested in conducting a study on the implementation of IGF counseling in the stunting focus area of Central Sulawesi. My research purpose, the purpose is study is to determine the characteristic and to provide an overview of the input, process, and output component of IGF counseling in the Central Sulawesi stunting area.
Sorry, Mr. Fahmi, 2 minutes left,
yes.
Please.
2 minutes. Okay, thank you. This is table show the characteristic of the 14 counselor study. Counselor range in the age from 22 to 48 years. Education diploma 3 nutrition and diploma 3 midwifery. 64.2% have worked as counselor. 50% of respondents have followed with IHF orientation. 85.7% of respondents have sufficient knowledge of IHF material, but the availability of counseling room in community health center is only 28.5%. Respondent commitment to conducting IHF counseling activity and IHF activity report respectively 5%. And the results show the technical instruction guide based on the training models. And however, the activity that have been not maximally carried out by IHF counselor or below 65% provide advice on the use of counseling card, repeating the sentences suggested by the health worker, agreement time for the next visit to the meeting. Response of the target mother in the counseling activity, IHF increased knowledge about breastfeeding, better than milk formula, the right type and age of feeding, benefit of giving counseling for IHF is that mother will know the nutritional status of their children and type of 4-star menu for children. In conclusion, counseling is an important part of successful infant and child feeding. IHF counselor maximally carry out activity in the rank of 70 to 86% response of the target mother to the counseling activity. The results show that technical guidelines based on WHO UNICEF training module were presented in 37 hours in field learning. However, training is only limited to orientation and there is no post-training monitoring. Here are the reference we are using, and we convey our study on the implementation of infant and young children feeding counseling in stunting focus area at Central Sulawesi during the COVID-19 pandemic. This regard from our director, Mr. Nasrul SKM MKes, Deputy Director, Mr. Lisnawati and Amsal, and Mr. Masudin. Yes? Yes, okay. And this time, inshallah, next year we'll also hold an international conference. We hope that all ladies and gentlemen can also participate in international activity in the year 2021. Yes, and I also apologize for not being able to continue in the discussion session because the Zuhur prior times has entered in Palu, Central Sulawesi. Thank you very much for attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Mr. Fahmi Hafiz, for your interesting topic. And also warm greeting from our director to Mr. Nasrun and staff. All right, now we come to the discussion session. Actually, at least 2 or 3 questions through the chat box already answered to Dr. Sandip actually, related to the clinical placement for the student, and the others is about the implementation for, I would say, like complementary therapy, something like this about yoga and so on. But would you like to bit strengthen your answer, maybe, Dr. Sandip?
Yes. Now audible?
Yes.
Okay. So as some questions come, and also Dr. Fahmi just now told that yes, we can do collaborative research work and publications. I'm here. You can contact anybody. I'm just taken one special issue of goal SDG goal 3, good health and well-being of a super synthesis journal. So you can submit article, you will see. And next thing is, yes, we have to maintain government rules in all countries and WHO guidelines, as we are mainly on education sector and also health working sector. So we have to be careful about our hygiene, and we have to take care of our family and all members as well. So we have to wear mask, we have to keep distance, so we cannot go for clinical posting or physical practical classes as we do normally. As I have told, that we have to come out from the comfort zone and we have to go for new normal. So there we should have a more skill lab and online skill lab based stimulation lab, etc. That we have also some softwares, etc. We are developing also different countries. We are developing, like now we are doing conference or meeting in Zoom. Previously we don't do. We do physical only. We don't have this type of idea. Even this Zoom also, we are many person facing different types of problem, but we have to adapt. So like that, the clinical posting also we will do. We will see, because the clinical of course need physical presence. So we will do these things as well. So let us see how we can cope up and how we can adapt and we stay safe. Thank you, Mr. Widodo. Thank you, Dr. Adi, and thank you, Dr. Fahmi.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sandip. So,
Thank you very much,
yeah, quite the same issue, I think, in Indonesia, maybe Thailand as well. And we are waiting for the next speaker from the Philippines. But as your message here, many things. But I think the very conclusion here is how to make happy, enjoy, and how to balance our mind so that we can have a very peaceful mind, then hopefully we can increase our immunity so that we can prevent from transmission of COVID-19. Okay, all right, I think okay, yeah. I think all of the questions already been answered. So because of the time is also finished, so I would like to close for the second plenary session. Thank you very much for Dr. Sandip Podar. Thank you very much for Mr. Hafid. And thank you also to Mr. Adi. See you next time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Stay safe.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Now I will return to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Widodo, for guiding the second plenary session.
Before all, we would like to thank to all participants here that still stay with us to joining until this time. Gumai, do you still excited to the next session?
Of course, I'm really excited.
Okay.
So, who do you think speakers are?
In this session, we have the great speaker too, that I'm sure too that our participants also excited to joining this third plenary session. Yes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to the third plenary session. And in this third plenary session, we have three great speakers. There are Dr. Sonny A. Pura, RN MEN from Centro Escolar University, Philippines, and then Mrs. Siti Lestari, Master of Nursing from POLKESTA Surakarta, Indonesia, and Nurse Yunita Wulandari, Magister Keperawatan from Kusuma Husada University, Indonesia. And this third plenary session will be guided by Mrs. Insiah, Master of Nursing, as moderator. To Mrs. Insiah, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
I come back to the session to be serving as a moderator for the third plenary session. And before we start, I want to say hello for all speakers this morning. Hello, Dr. Sonny. Are you joining in this session?
Yes.
Okay. How are you?
Good morning. I'm fine.
Okay, nice to see you again.
Thank
Okay,
you.
and then for the second speaker beside me, Mrs. Siti Lestari. And then also I want to say hello to Nurse Yunita Wulandari, Master Keperawatan from Kusuma Husada University. How are you, Mrs. Yunita? Thank you for joining in this meeting. Okay, before we start, I will tell to all participants in this meeting that this session will be divided into 3 sessions. The first is presentation, and then the second is discussion, and then closing. Okay, for the first chance, I will give to Dr. Sonny A. Pura, RN MAN from Centro Escolar, Philippines. Time for Sonny, 30 minutes, please. And before you start, I will read your curriculum vitae. Mr. Sonny start his career in senior staff nurse, emergency room, treatment room, from 2001 to 2006, and continue to community coordinator level 4 until 2008, and then level 4 full-time faculty or lecturer in Centro Escolar University from June 2006 to December 2019, and then chief nurse in Sorsogon Provincial Hospital from January 2020 until now, and then as a provincial chief nurse in Sorsogon Province, Bicol Region, Philippines from November 2020 to present. Okay, start from you. You can deliver your topic for around 30 minutes. Thank you. Time is yours. Okay. Hello, Dr. Sonny. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, I can hear you.
You want to share by yourself for the screen, or we can share for you?
You can. It's okay with me.
Okay. Could you please just turn off your audio, one audio maybe, because the voice become not clear for us.
Okay. Please.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Please close the audio. Please close the audio.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, enough.
Can you
Okay.
hear me?
Okay,
Okay.
yes, you can start now. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much. Again, good morning, everyone. My discussion is about the nurse's role in clinical. So, nurses' clinical perspective from the Philippines regarding COVID-19. So, uh, oh, okay. This discussion includes the introduction, definition, some management, how we prepared for the COVID-19 pandemic, medical and public health responses that has been implemented in the Philippines, what are the impact of this pandemic, and what are the areas of concerns specifically for the nursing profession now and in the future. So, again, as an introduction, coronavirus is the family of coronavirus. This is infecting birds, mammals, and humans specifically. This mimics some of the infections that has been in the past. We have MERS, SARS, and now it is COVID-19. So COVID-19's presentation is all about acute respiratory syndrome. Respiratory system has been affected, but we all know that this really affects multi-organ functions. So since January, SARS coronavirus is plaguing our country and in the world. So I consider this as a disaster wherein the description would have come from Noah's Ark, and definitely, again, this would affect a lot of individuals worldwide. Maybe we have at least 7 million and above who has been affected. 4 million would have been died from this disease process. So we call this as a disaster. And when we talk about disaster or pandemic due to coronavirus, WHO has defined this as an occurrence of a severity and magnitude that normally results to death, injuries, and property damage that cannot be managed through routine procedure and resources of the government. Most of the time, when we talk about disaster, we are talking about natural disaster. In this case, this is, I don't know if there could be some human motive, or really this could be a natural disaster, a natural occurrence, because sometimes viruses could mutate, and definitely those viruses that has been present in the past would just have a different type of strain nowadays and would affect a lot of individuals. According to Federal Emergency Management and Agency, can be defined occurrence either nature or human-made that causes suffering, creates human needs, and those victims cannot be alleviated without any assistance. In this case, most of the time, we need assistance coming from different countries, specifically those who are the first or world countries that would really help and create a good environment for all of us. According to Nelson Mandela, okay, there can be no greater gift than that of giving one's time and energy to help others without expecting anything in return. This is very true for us nurses, because we consider our profession as also a vocation, wherein we live to serve our patients, not only the patients, but also those around our patients. So most of the time, we treat patients holistically, and we really need to think all of those inside his family. So, when we talk about nursing, nurses should adapt professional skills in recognizing and meeting the nursing physical, emotional needs resulting from this scenario. In this case, it is not only that the patients we are thinking of, we are also thinking of those staff, nurses, of those within the nursing profession, their physical and emotional needs. Why? Because all of us has been affected by this. All of us are not aware, or all of us are not prepared, because this is a new disease process. So therefore, anxiety sets in. Emotional needs of these patients, emotional needs of those who are taking care of them is very important. Our overall goal is to achieve the best possible level of health, not only for the people who has been affected, but also to the community involved. We are not talking about the health per se of an individual, but we are talking psychosocial or biopsychosocial well-being of an individual. So in Philippines, this is the scenario. Earlier, I have heard the discussions with regards to the numbers of cases that has been reflected. So in the Philippines, yesterday we have added at least 1,300 or 1,400 cases from the 450,733 people who has been affected by coronavirus. And out of this 450,000, we have until now 23,253 active cases. We are happy to announce that at least we have 90% of success rate with regards to the COVID-19. Unfortunately, we have at least 9,000 deaths from COVID-19. And maybe this is because, the disease process per se is multifactorial. Some of the root causes may be in the Philippines, we do have limited access to most of the resources. Ideologically, our political system would also have some problems, but the most detrimental, I think, is the economic system of the Philippines. Most of the time, there could be discrepancies between the rich and the poor, and most of us would be under the grassroots levels. So this really has a great impact to our problems. Dynamic pressures, insufficient institutes. In the Philippines, there could be fewer institutions that would handle specifically for COVID-19 or any communicable disease processes. What I think of is that we only have two national first-class hospital, which is our San Lazaro Hospital and our ITM, that caters most of our communicable disease processes. Most hospital would have a communicable area, but I think it is insufficient. Trainings, fewer would have trainings because specifications or specializations in the Philippines is not yet being implemented. So fewer nurses has been trained for this type of occurrences. So therefore, if you do have insufficient training or lack of training, appropriate medical skills or nursing skills could also be inappropriate or could also be insufficient. Most of the time, we are not thinking of investing for this type of disease process. The Philippines is a disaster-prone area, so therefore we are working on the resilience of the Filipino people with regards to natural disasters. We are not yet ready for this type of pandemic, although there has been a lot of steps in order for us to counteract this type of pandemic, but investment has been lacking. There could be problems with regards to local market because the economy has been affected. Culture really affects. Ethical standards in public life, there could be problems. Filipinos really don't wear masks. Not like in the other countries that they are used to wearing masks. In the past, if you wear a mask, you would be at least thinking of that you are a criminal. So therefore, most of us, it is prohibited to walk around wearing mask. But nowadays, this is a new normal, so it is a must to wear a mask. Macro forces, again, there could be a rapid population growth, rapid urbanization that would affect and increase the progression of the cases in the Philippines, specifically in Metro Manila, wherein it is congested. It is the center of the economy of the Philippines. So a lot of people will go there, and it is really overpopulated. So since this is respiratory in nature, so it is expected that the spread of disease is really fast. Unsafe conditions could be one of also the problems in the Philippines. We have fragile physical environment. As I have said earlier, the Philippines is considered to be disaster-prone areas, and there could be dangerous locations for us. There could be problems with regards to highly density individuals working or staying in one area. Unprotected individual, as I've said earlier, the culture of the Filipino people, they don't usually wear masks. Local economy, livelihood at risk, low income levels. As I've said earlier, that would be one of the root causes why there could be an increase in the number of cases in the Philippines. Special groups at risk. Both communicable disease and non-communicable disease processes has been increasing in the Philippines. Patients who have high incidence of renal disease process, diabetic, patients who does have cardiovascular disease processes are prone to developing this type of disease. Public actions, as I have said earlier, again, we are not prepared of this endemic disease process. As you can see, the map that is on the center, because the risk really meets the hazard and vulnerability, wherein a lot of cases, as you can see on the center, the cases, the dark one, the dark, what's this? Orange or red, it means that it is really a densitized cases wherein a lot of people has been affected of this coronavirus. Another one is that, as I've said earlier, political system and economic system really affects our cases. During the first months of, actually the first days of coronavirus, our president announced that he would be imposing quarantine. And he use this as warning to individual, although individual has panic attacks. So therefore, we did not confine the cases or the people inside Metro Manila, but most of them goes back to their provinces. So if they are already affected by the coronavirus, which has been plaguing our country for the past how many months during the time. So because I think December, January, February, there are already cases And we don't know yet because testing has not been made in the Philippines during that time. So that is one of the theories that is really surfacing, that it could be one of the causes why even in the remote areas of the Philippines, even we have so many islands in the Philippines, it has reached these islands. So, and because of this, we do have several initiatives. What the government has done in order for us to combat this? We know already the impact of COVID-19. So it does not only affects the health of an individual, but it would greatly affect several aspects, especially socially. Movements have been made in order to mitigate this type of disease process. Preparedness, mitigations wherein education is very important. Nursing really would be having a great deal of work with regards to mitigation. We as nurses would really make education, information easier for our patients. Preparedness, there are crash courses with regards to how we are going to prepare for the surge of cases, how we are going to care for these patients, how this disease process has been can be spread out. So because of this, and even because of this, there are a lot of cases that has been recorded. Response is fast, but I think it is overwhelming. You know that in the past, nurses in the Philippines has been sources of exports because most of our nurses would want to go out of the Philippines, but there have been a move in the government that restricts nursing personnel or nurses going out of the country. So again, that would be one of the responses in order for us to ameliorate the scarcity of nurses in the Philippines. Again, some of those individuals who are already not working as a nurse has been recalled to be a volunteer or has been given the position again in the clinical. Because of this, I think for the past how many weeks now, I hope that the cases has been declining. In my place now here in Bicol region, our place for the past how many weeks, the cases has been declining. We have days wherein we don't have positive cases, and if we do have, it's only 1 or 2 cases nowadays. So we are starting to breathe at least, and we are starting to reconstruct and rehabilitate this individual because we really need to start immediately in order for us to stand up or recover from this case. So clinically, this has been the movement from the hospital or the clinical setting. Patients who, this is the algorithm that has been implemented since February 2020, wherein confirmed cases has been in place, and we really need to use our personal protective equipment. Ideally, we have N95 mask, well-fitting and fit tested. We do have eye protection. We have goggles or face shield, impermeable gown, surgical gloves, even boots has been given. So if the patient comes into the hospital before you are going to be admitted, the patient would undergo triage. And in triage, in most hospitals, it is the physician who are going to triage the patient. But most of our secondary hospitals or even primary hospitals wherein there could be less physicians. So again, nurses are the ones who are going to triage our patient. If the patient has acute respiratory illness, we do have fever, cough or shortness of breath, diarrhea, or any other symptoms. In the past, it is any one of this disease process. You have fever, cough, or diarrhea, cough or colds, anosmia. But now, since there could be another development, at least three or two of these symptoms should be present for an individual because before he can be considered to be POI. So if the patient has this type of symptoms, you should also ask if the patient would have travel or any immediate travel from residences or the country wherein there could be a local transmission. We are lucky here in our province is that we still don't consider that we do have local transmission. So you need really to identify if you are first contact or secondary contact. For those primary contacts, you are expected to be under quarantine in a facility. For if you are a secondary contact, you would be quarantined at home. However, you would be monitored because if the patient's primary contact was tested or is tested positive, again, you become now the primary contact of those individuals. So again, contact tracing is very important. Again, contact tracing is another role of the nurse. One would be in the triage, another one would be contact tracers. Nurses should always be abreast with how you are going to assess individual. You need really to have a good clinical eye in order for you to pinpoint certain disease processes or certain disease conditions that could be attributed to COVID-19. Patients under investigations or your POI, you need to really to verify with your regional epidemiologic surveillance unit. Okay, and you are going to be admitted to designated COVID-19 isolation area, wherein you could be tested. In our hospital now, we are not using the PCR test or the rapid test because there have been reports or there have been cases that it tested false negative or false positive. So we are not relying on that anymore. So we are relying on the swab test or the RT-PCR. We really need to inform the epidemiological services of the hospital, of the province, or of the region in order for us to really pinpoint who are those individuals who have been affected or afflicted by this type of disease process. So this is for the triage. Really, triaging and contact tracing is one of the roles of our nurses. So another one is that nationwide, our president in March proclaimed a state of calamity within the country, all over the country. This allows our managers to reallocate funds to certain causes or certain areas wherein it needs funding, specifically this type of pandemic. Then, because of an increasing number of cases, we have Bayanihan Act 1 and Bayanihan Act 2. This really helps those individuals who have volunteered, okay? Because during the first months, we still don't know what what will happen to them, what is really the cause of death of this individual, what really is the transmission of this disease process. So those individuals who have risked their lives have been given remunerations because they have volunteered, specifically those nurses or any other professions.
Excuse me, Dr. Sonny, your time
Yes.
is 5 minutes left. Thank you.
5 minutes, okay. So Bayanihan Act 1, and then we do have quarantining, we have travel restrictions. Then for economic employment, what happens is that most of the companies would have work from home, food services and supply. Filipinos now would rely on deliveries, retails, again, deliveries. Working conditions is different, really, really different in the Philippines. Again, in our hospital, you need to wear mask and face shields. For education, it has been discussed earlier, there could be a lot of changes for tourism, entertainment, media, religion, and sports. So this is the gist of my discussions. So these are the roles. Nurses' plans should be integrated and coordinated along with other healthcare team members. It is really important that we coordinate and we really talk with each other, because treatment for a certain individual would be different. You need to update physical and psychological preparedness. I have discussed this earlier. We need to be responsible for organization, supervision, and teaching, because health education is one of the major roles of nursing during this pandemic. Stimulation of community participation. All of our efforts would not be possible or would not be effective if the community will not participate. And another one is that we need really to exercise our competence. So nurses should act. Adaptation of nursing skills situation is really important. Since it is the new normal, we need really to change our perspective in order for us to counteract this disease process. We need to be continuously aware on the information that is being given to us. We need to teach auxiliary personnel, because it's not only the nurses that could be at risk. All of us working in the hospital is at risk. And we need to select essential nursing care for each patient. So these are the opportunities that we can have. In the Philippines or in our hospital, we do have telemedicine, because DOH sees that telemedicine would be an enabler for health facility referrals. It is very important because we lessen the interaction between nurses and patients, between doctors and patients. Okay. Occupational health, really the implementation of the Republic Act number 11058, otherwise known as the Act of Strengthening Compliance with Occupational Safety and Health Standards and providing penalties and violations thereof. We need to strengthen the implementation of occupational health in the Philippines. With regards to patient care, although research has been made, still nurses is in the forefront of care. We are the ones who process, assess, and triage our patient, but we need to do it quickly and efficiently. For education, I think it has been discussed, distance learning and meetings. In the Philippines, I would talk about specific for nursing department. For the nursing department, online learning has been given, and simulation classes, although it has been done in the past, but we now rely on technology in order for us to make our lectures available and accessible to our patients or our students. The problem is that in the Philippines, again, because we do have 3 typhoons that has been afflicted us for the past months, so the problem of connectivity has been there. Clinical researchers for nurses and midwives, we need to support them because innovations being forged by this pandemic would need to be put into action and use. So, role managers for us, we need to ensure that we do have quality patient care. We provide an up-to-date information and education to our patient. We really need to preserve an open communication. Nurses now is passive, so I think it is very important that we need to be active in involving ourselves in policy making and financial decisions of the country. And we need to provide security and safety for all of the staff, patients, and families.
Sorry, Mr. Sony, your time is up.
Yes,
Okay.
one slide. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, only one slide. Okay. Importance of infection control, delivery of care in various settings, utilization of nursing informatics, alternative approaches in education and research, activation of innovative methods of assessment, and addressing the roles of nurses, students, faculty, and some of our concerns. So again, thank you very much. I will leave you this slides from Miss Philippines, Miss Universe 2018, Catriona Gray. But it is said that in crisis, it is acceptable to have more questions than answers. In crisis, there is no room for not invented here. In crisis, we should be all learners. Thank you very much and have a good day. Wala na akong sound. What's that? Diba?
And okay, my topic today is about the social support among patients with COVID-19. Slide. Slide. Yes, okay. So what I'm going to talk about is introduction, and then social support, then evidence-based practice, and the role of the nurse. Next, okay. As we know that coronavirus disease are most popular with COVID-19 has been listed as a public health emergency of international concern by WHO. And here I will not talk about COVID-19, but how the impact of COVID-19, especially for the psychological patient. It become before. Okay, it become public health. Okay, yes. Become health emergency of international concern because the COVID-19 spread person to person in multiple countries around the world at the same time. Yeah, so as we know, it is the yesterday data. Yeah, more than 72.2 million people suffer from COVID-19, and the total death more than 1.61 million data from John Hopkins. Next. Okay, it is the experience from the first pandemic in the 21st century. Yeah, when SARS became a pandemic in 2003, that people who are exposed to the persistent risk and uncertainty of infectious disease typically suffer greater rates of depression and then anxiety, panic attack symptom, or other mental health problem reported by Liu et al. So it is could be almost similar with the COVID-19, yeah, because the virus also similar. Next slide. Okay. So client or a patient feeling sad and then stress, worry or confused during a crisis may be the most common response pattern to the still developing COVID-19 crisis. Most patients positive COVID had sleep disturbance, depressive, anxiety symptom, and feeling lonely because patients should be in isolated, and then nobody can take a look. And also the number of patients COVID-19 who died is still high, and the treatment also has not been discovered yet. It is the uncertain situation lead to the crisis of the patient. Right? So this is the data from the interview with nurses who work in the isolation room in hospital in Surakarta, but that patient positive COVID who isolated in this room, they have impact on psychological, especially distress, and then feel deep depression, anxiety, panic attack symptom, feeling lonely, and other mental health problem. Next. So the social support is needed because human is a social creating. So the social support from other people could be friend, and then relative, or could be spouse is needed in this situation. Next. So what is social support? I think there are many experts define and talk about the social support. So I just take 2 or 3 of them. That social support has been described as support accessible to an individual through social ties, to other individual, other group, and the larger community. Social support as a network of family, friend, neighbor, and community member that is available in time of need to give psychological, physical, and financial help. So the social support can be defined as the extent to which individual perceive others around them are available to them and are attentive to their need. I agree with what Mr. Sani talked about, cited from the Nelson Mandela, that there can be no greater gift than that of giving one time and energy. Then next. So as I mentioned before, that I think there are many theory about social support. So one of them, that theory model of social support can be in the structural dimension, that mean include network size and frequency of social interaction. And then functional dimension with emotional, yeah, such as or receive love and empathy from other people. And then instrumental or practical help, such as giving something, yeah, could be money or something like that. Next. Okay, I will see the type of social support from Sarafino. That social support, the type of social support can be instrumental, and then emotional, can award, informational, and juga also social support. Instrumental support mean tangible support, yeah. Could be when client gets something from other people, could be food or money, monetary. And then emotional support when somebody reach out of a friend at the end of a long day, they can listen, and then empathy, and also physical expression. And then word support, information support, yeah, something give suggestion or advice to the client. And social group support. Next. I think it is almost similar but different expert from house. They divide, yeah, social support, instrumental, emotional, appraisal, and informational. So I think almost similar. Then next. Okay, it's also similar. So I said before that I just take 3 of them. Then next. Okay, social support is a multi-dimensional construct that typically include the following dimension: informational, emotional, esteem, tangible, and social network. Next. Okay, it is about the evidence base. So as we know that social support is exceptionally important for maintaining good physical and mental health. This is some study before COVID-19 pandemic. The study showed that some patients with SARS experience anxiety and depression, which can be potentially make their treatment more challenging and less effective. Then, next. Then the positive effect of social network factor, especially the relationship with relative or friend, have sleep quality. So it can help people to maintain immune function. Next. This is also the study before COVID-19 that social support and depression, well-being, that social support can get the well-being among adults and that have been documented. Next. This is some study from the pandemic era that higher rating of perceived social support from family are reported as being associated with lower level of depression. And then also increase the level of perceived social support might mitigate the effect of social isolation and social distancing measure. Right? And then Gray also reported that perceived social support level was a protective factor for depression and poor sleep quality. And the last from Key, that low support was associated with higher prevalence of depression and anxiety support symptom. Sorry, next. Okay, so the role of nurse, next. Next, okay. As we know that nurse have many roles. One of them is care provider or caregiver. Next. Okay, in health setting, the role of nursing, the first is initial contact and risk assessment, like Mr. Sony said, and then patient transfer. And in the hospital, nurse has role administration measure and then patient management. I mean not only bio but also psycho, social, and spiritual, in order to ensure the quality of patient care. Next. Yes, this is the last. But social support has been successfully employed in several types of intervention for reducing stress, combating burnout, enhancing feeling of well-being, helping at-risk family cope with more effective, reducing loneliness, and increase quality of life, achievement, and overall health. Next. Okay, that's all for my presentation today. Thank you very much, and I return the time to moderator.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Siti Lestari. Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Lestari is senior lecturer in nursing department, the Health Polytechnic of Surakarta, and right now she still continuing education in doctoral program. Okay, thank you very much for all participants who still joining in this meeting. And we still have one speaker for this session. I invite Mrs. Yunita Wulandari, Master of Keperawatan, to deliver her topic about adolescent reproductive health in new normal. So she concerned in women health, and she graduate from Strata 1 in Diponegoro University in Central Java and continuing master program and graduate from Gajah Mada University. Okay, Mrs. Yunita, your time is 10 minutes. Start from now. Time is yours. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Mr. Inaya. I want slide share my screen. Yes, okay. Yes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, the honorable people, our moderator, Mrs. Inaya, and then all of the speakers in this event. Alhamdulillah, today we can attend this wonderful event. In this occasion, I would like to share what I would have done in my social activity with the title Adolescent Reproductive Health in New Normal. This is one of research setting in maternity ward. There are three presentation agenda in this presentation, and in the first, I want to introduction about reproductive health, and then overview about adolescent reproductive health, and then as our role as nursing, we must know what is the nursing care plan for the teenager with problem in reproductive health. For the first way, I concern in teens because teenagers are the most important age group. They are the successor of the nation's struggle, and our hope is in them. For the problem related with health, reproductive health in teenager, there are five. The main problem for the first is free sex, and then abortion, HIV/AIDS, sexual transmitted infection, unwanted pregnancy, and drug, smoke, and alcohol. From SDKI, Survei Demografi Kesehatan Indonesia in 2017, there are main findings that it's important to us to concern in adolescent in teenager to explain for the problem and the treatment. From this slide in main finding of SDKI 2017, the third line, there are 88% of women and 86% of single men aged 15 until 24 for use the internet within a month. This is the big percent. So we must concern about this for related with the problem of teenager and adolescent now. And then the facts, it's related with growth and development of adolescent. Seen from the life cycle, adolescent is the most difficult period to grow through. This period can be said to be the most critical period for the development at this stage of life. And then the various physical changes that occur during adolescence, it's a natural process but require adaptation. And then the process of self-concept change and the search for self-identity. This trigger role conflict. And then from the problem in adolescent and teenager, will cause premarital sex and the impact of premarital sex. There are four. This is abortion and then drugs abuse, HIV and sexual transmitted infection, and then teenager pregnancy and unwanted pregnancy. The other impacts from the problem of teenager and adolescent related with health reproduction, there are I'm sorry, this slide is stopped. The impact, the other impact, premarital sex, and then there. Yes, I'm sorry. Teenager pregnancy and unwanted pregnancy. From the problem teenager pregnancy and unwanted pregnancy, there are many problems, and it causes increased mortality, mother mortality rate. For the example, preeclampsia and eclampsia, and then anemia, premature born babies, low weight born, bleeding, postpartum depression, economic instability, sexual transmitted disease. And from the problem, it can cause abortion to be the choice for the adolescent to problem solving. And then, yes, our homework about teenagers. Yes, the who is duties and responsibilities. This is related with our role as nursing. This is our challenge because teenager and adolescent is group which they are.
Excuse me, Mrs. Yunita,
Yes.
your time is 3 minutes left.
Oh yes. Okay, thank you. This is our challenge for nurses to yes, this is our challenge for nurse for our role as educator and then researchers Yes. And then this is the description of adolescent condition in our country, abortion, and then free sex, HIV/AIDS. Yeah. We can talking about treatment for the problem that I have explained the first. The treatment, there are 3 treatment. The main treatment that I find in SDKI. The first KIE, Komunikasi Informasi and Edukasi, and then PKPR, Pelayanan Kesehatan Peduli Remaja or Health Service for Care for Youth. PKPR is the most difficult developing program among all the cycle of human life. This is the picture that PKPR in Indonesian, program remaja PKPR paling sulit berkembang. For the all cycle of human. Yes, it's mean that adolescent or teenager is a unique group. And then we can I explain about the government program about PKPR, Pelayanan Kesehatan Peduli Remaja. There are many guidance. There are many program in our country that maybe not not our consent maybe. So the program there are until 2003, but the evaluation is not optimal. For the first PKPR, this is stand for Youth Care Health Service. Is government program managed by district, city health office, coordinated by province health office. This program has officially been operating since 2003 and the file level run by Puskesmas. The program is providing information and education, medical clinical service, counseling, health life skill education, and peer counselor training. This program.
Sorry, Mrs.
Oh,
Yunita, your time is
okay.
up.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. The last maybe 5 item can be follow up with research setting in maternity. Thank you. I'm so sorry for the time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much for 3 speakers who deliver the topic for this meeting or this conference. And this is time for answer any question or discussion. And for you who still have questions, please you can write in chat box. And already here 2 questions for Dr. Sony. Hello, Dr. Sony, you still
Hello.
in this meeting? Okay, thank you.
Yes, I am.
There are 2 questions for you. For the first question is there any difference between algorithm of COVID-19 between Philippines and WHO? And then the second is about is there any level of compliance regarding health protocol among people in Philippines? Because as we know that not just in Indonesia maybe, there are so many people or there are accidents that because of people not give attention to the health protocol. Okay, that's the question for you. So this is time for you to answer the question. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. For the first question, I think there are minor changes with regards to some of the protocols, but basically we pattern our protocols based from the recommendations of WHO. Maybe the difference is that there are certain changes because of maybe economic issues with regards to the use of PPEs, specifically for those hospitals who does not have enough PPEs. But basically, the protocol is just the same with the protocols of WHO. We pattern the protocols. For my in my case, in this hospital that I am working on, we pattern our protocols from the Department of Health of the Philippines and WHO, the World Health Organization protocol for the treatment and management of patients who have COVID-19. For the second question, we cannot really, what do you call this? Uh, there aren't really a lot of individuals who would have violated certain rules and regulations. I will give you a specific example. In our hospital, one area, specifically the OB ward of our hospital, all of the staff has been quarantined. Why? Because one patient did not really give the information that she has travel history. Even if the signs and symptoms is consistent with COVID-19, the patient with no travel history could be admitted to the ward because of the, as I've said earlier, we don't rely now with the rapid test because before we put the patient in the regular ward, the patient has been tested with COVID-19 rapid test and she tested negative. However, she has been swabbed and the result becomes positive. So most of our staff has been afflicted, and I think 2 or 3 nurses has been tested positive for COVID-19 because of the situation. But basically, there are a lot of individuals who are afraid of contacting the disease. So a small amount or small number of individual could maybe forgotten what really is to be done during this time of crisis. So there could be a number of cases that people would violate the protocols of COVID-19.
Okay, thank you very much for your sharing information, Dr. Sony. And
Thank
ladies
you.
and gentlemen, for all participants in this conference, I think this is the end of our session for the third plenary session for this conference. And one key point that I can write here, that nurses should adapt professionally skill in recognizing and meeting the nursing physical and social or emotional need resulting from COVID-19 pandemic. And also they have a role to help people in this pandemic. Okay, thank you very much for all presenter or all speaker for this session. Thank you again, and because limited time, I think this time already end for the third session, and I beg time to Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. See
Thank you
you,
very
Sony,
much.
Bu Yunita, and
Yeah.
Mr. Sari.
Nice to see you.
Thank you for Mrs. Insia for guiding this third plenary session and to all of the speakers from third plenary session.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we are in the break session, so you can have your break time, such as to have a prayer or having lunch or also stretching your muscles. Then make sure that at 13 Jakarta time, you come back to this international nursing conference, or you can stay in a Zoom meeting while you are have your break time. Thank you. And last, we are from Master of Ceremony. Say thank you and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Selamat Bu Insia, sukses Bu Insia, Pak Widodo.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Belum mati.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera dan salam tangguh bagi seluruh sivitas akademika jurusan keperawatan Poltekkes Kemenkes Surakarta. Sistem kerja pada tatanan normal baru atau yang dikenal dengan New Normal Life merupakan perubahan dalam pola kehidupan sehari-hari yang dilakukan untuk menata kehidupan dan perilaku baru dalam situasi pandemi dan akan dibawa terus setidak-tidaknya hingga ditemukan vaksin untuk COVID-19. Perubahan ini perlu dilakukan untuk menjaga agar roda perekonomian dapat tetap berjalan selama masa pandemi dengan mengedepankan langkah-langkah pencegahan. Untuk itu, Kementerian Kesehatan Republik Indonesia telah menerbitkan Keputusan Menteri Kesehatan Nomor HK.07/07/Menkes/328/2020 tentang panduan pencegahan dan pengendalian COVID-19 di tempat kerja perkantoran dan industri dalam mendukung keberlangsungan usaha pada situasi pandemi. Surat keputusan tersebut telah ditindaklanjuti oleh Direktur Poltekkes Kemenkes Surakarta dengan dikeluarkannya surat edaran Direktur perihal instruksi terkait persiapan pegawai ASN menuju sistem kerja pada tatanan normal baru. Oleh karena itu, jurusan keperawatan Poltekkes Kemenkes Surakarta memiliki kewajiban untuk mendukung upaya tersebut dalam rangka pencegahan dan pengendalian COVID-19 serta tetap memberikan layanan kepada pengguna baik internal maupun eksternal. Seluruh sivitas akademika dihimbau untuk dapat senantiasa disiplin menerapkan protokol pencegahan dan pengendalian COVID-19 selama di tempat kerja seperti mengukur suhu badan, mengenakan masker, mencuci tangan, menerapkan physical distancing, serta menggunakan perlengkapan pribadi lainnya untuk mendukung upaya tersebut. Jurusan keperawatan telah menyediakan alur petunjuk memasuki lingkungan kampus keperawatan, area parkir, tempat mencuci tangan, serta hand sanitizer di setiap gedung-gedung di jurusan keperawatan, serta pengecekan suhu tubuh. Selain itu, Satgas COVID-19 tingkat jurusan juga dibentuk untuk membantu agar pelaksanaan tatanan pola normal dapat berjalan dengan efektif. dijaga dengan keterlibatan semua sivitas akademika jurusan keperawatan dalam pencegahan dan pengendalian COVID-19 di tatanan tempat kerja dapat membantu meminimalkan dampak yang ditimbulkan oleh COVID-19 terhadap keberlangsungan dunia kerja, dan secara makro dapat berkontribusi menekan COVID-19 pada masyarakat hingga penyebaran COVID-19 dapat dicegah dan dikendalikan dengan baik. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera dan salam tangguh bagi seluruh sivitas akademika jurusan keperawatan Poltekkes Kemenkes Surakarta. Sistem kerja pada tatanan normal baru atau yang dikenal dengan New Normal Life merupakan perubahan dalam pola kehidupan sehari-hari yang dilakukan untuk menata kehidupan dan perilaku baru dalam situasi pandemi dan akan dibawa terus setidak-tidaknya hingga ditemukan vaksin untuk COVID-19. Perubahan ini perlu dilakukan untuk menjaga agar roda perekonomian dapat tetap berjalan selama masa pandemi dengan mengedepankan langkah-langkah pencegahan. Untuk itu, Kementerian Kesehatan Republik Indonesia telah menerbitkan Keputusan Menteri Kesehatan nomor HK.01.07 /Menkes /328/2020 tentang panduan pencegahan dan pengendalian COVID-19 di tempat kerja perkantoran dan industri dalam mendukung keberlangsungan usaha pada situasi pandemi. Surat keputusan tersebut telah ditindaklanjuti oleh Direktur Poltekkes Kemenkes Surakarta dengan dikeluarkannya Surat Edaran Direktur perihal instruksi terkait persiapan pegawai ASN menuju sistem kerja pada tatanan normal baru. Oleh karena itu, jurusan keperawatan Poltekkes Kemenkes Surakarta memiliki kewajiban untuk mendukung upaya tersebut dalam rangka pencegahan dan pengendalian COVID-19 serta tetap memberikan layanan kepada pengguna baik internal maupun eksternal. Seluruh sivitas akademika dihimbau untuk dapat senantiasa disiplin menerapkan protokol pencegahan dan pengendalian COVID-19 selama di tempat kerja seperti mengukur suhu badan, mengenakan masker, mencuci tangan, menerapkan physical distancing, serta menggunakan perlengkapan pribadi lainnya untuk mendukung upaya tersebut. Jurusan keperawatan telah menyediakan alur petunjuk memasuki lingkungan kampus keperawatan, area parkir, tempat mencuci tangan, serta hand sanitizer di setiap gedung-gedung di jurusan keperawatan, serta pengecekan suhu tubuh. Selain itu, Satgas COVID-19 tingkat jurusan juga dibentuk untuk membantu agar pelaksanaan tatanan pola normal
dapat berjalan dengan efektif.
Ya,
Oh, hello. Hello. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, hello. Good morning.
Good afternoon, Bapak
Good
Dr.
afternoon.
Robert Priharjo.
Yeah.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm here. Let me know when we are. Let me know when we are ready to present. Okay, just let me know. Panitia mohon informasi kalau saya sudah boleh.
Ya, kita mulai.
Okay.
Okay, we can start now.
Okay, brilliant. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is
I'm
Robert.
sorry. We have opened the session first.
Okay,
And
thank
then
you.
I let you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's the MC. We can start now.
Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 4th International Nursing Conference with me, Nur Anissa Najibagumai, and my partner,
Zaki Abdul Ghani,
as your master of ceremony for this conference. Now, we're going to start the last session of this conference.
Okay, Gumai. For this session, we have a great speaker though, and our speaker in this session is come from a little bit far from Indonesia.
Oh.
It's different than the previous speaker. Okay. And in this session, the speaker come from United Kingdom. And ladies and gentlemen, we start the 4th plenary session with the speaker is Dr. Robert Priharjo from Anglia University from United Kingdom, and then Dr. Peter Stokes from Anglia Ruskin University, United Kingdom, and then continued by Mrs. Atanasia BF, SKPMN from POLKESTA Surakarta, Indonesia, and then Mrs. Rosenda Happy Patriani, SKP Nurse MKEP from POLKESTA Surakarta, Indonesia, and Dr. Yuli Peristiawati, SKP Nurse MKes from IKAKAS Perada Kediri. And this 4th plenary session will be guided by Mr. Adi Mardiharnanto, a Master of Nursing, as moderator. To Mr. Adi Mardiharnanto, time is yours.
Okay, thank you for the Master of Ceremony. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This occasion is the last session for the International Nursing Conference conducted by School of Nursing, Poltekkes Kemenkes Surakarta. In this session, we have 5 speakers, 2 speakers from United Kingdom, especially from the Anglia Ruskin University, and then the 3rd speaker, Ms. Atanasia Budi Astuti from Politeknik Kesehatan Surakarta, and then Ms. Rosenda Happy Patriani. She's also from Poltekkes Kemenkes Surakarta, and the last speaker is Dr. Yuli Peristiawati. She's come from Institut Ilmu Kesehatan Strada Kediri. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, very welcome to the last session. The first speaker, welcome Dr. Robert Priharjo. Dr. Robert Priharjo, can you hear me? Have you been?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Thank you. Zoom meeting?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay. Before you keep the speaking, I would like to write briefly of your curriculum vitae. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Robert Priharjo graduate from Nursing Academy in Yogyakarta, and then continue with bachelor degree of nursing in University of Indonesia, and then he finished with master degree from Manchester University, United Kingdom, and then his doctoral degree came from Anglia Ruskin University. And now he is a senior lecturer in Department of Adult Nursing at Anglia Ruskin University. Dr. Robert Priharjo, you have 20 minutes for speaking. Time is yours.
Yeah, sorry, this is a joint presentations myself with Dr. Peter Stokes.
Yeah.
So we will be having 20 minutes together or separately, because it will be joined together with Dr. Peter Stokes.
I'm sorry, 20 minutes for you and 20 minutes for Dr. Peter Stokes.
Oh yeah, because it's like it's kind of join. It's join.
Okay, so both of you have 40 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, I think we will be joining together anyway. Thank you very much. Right. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Robert Priharjo, as you have been introduced about myself, and I've been living and working in the United Kingdom quite a long time. Well, my talk is about a research that I conducted together with Dr. Peter Stokes. We were looking at profiling students' search literature styles. And then it was actually conducted before the lockdown or before the pandemic, but then we actually continued that in order to assure that the research can be applied in education. So actually, my presentation will be kind of together jointly presented with Dr. Peter Stokes. So if we are having 40 minutes together, that will be great. But I believe that the committee will introduce the curriculum vitae from Dr. Peter Stokes as well. Right. So the pandemic is quite challenging for all of us. Actually, in early February, I went back to Indonesia for only 2 weeks. Actually, before the lockdown in the United Kingdom in March. So it was actually still, started quite challenging when I was in Indonesia. People still not aware that actually back in February. But then as soon as I returned back to the UK at the end of February, then everything it changed very, very quick in relation to COVID-19. And then we started to think about population protections, as well as how to make sure that the COVID cases is not going up. So the presentation today is basically linked together. So if you don't mind, the committee, I will be kind of linking together with Dr. Peter Stokes to make sure that we can actually complete within 40 minutes of time. I was wondering if you could actually share my presentation from there, or should I control my PowerPoint from here? Okay, I'm going to share from here then. I'm going to share you my presentation, so hopefully we can actually watch it together from wherever you are. Right. So we have actually tried to blend together these presentations by myself and Dr. Peter Stokes. So what we are trying to discuss and then share this presentation is all about how to adjusting learning and teaching during the COVID-19 pandemic. So clearly we talk about early March, when the pandemic actually hit very, very bad in the United Kingdom. And then after I give an overview of COVID in the United Kingdom, then Dr. Peter Stokes will be talking about a research project that we did. And then I will be ended up with the implications of the research and how we can actually support the nursing students within our School of Nursing, in particular in the Peterborough campus. Right. So this is the COVID situation in the UK at the moment. So I just actually selected a very, very easy read statistical data from the Public Health England 2020. So I checked it only yesterday. So as you can see here, between 20 of April and 10 of December 2020, we have done quite a lot of tests here. You can see like 44 million, more than 44 million tests has been conducted in the UK. Early on in March and April, I think we had a very, very difficult in terms of testing COVID for general public, particularly because of the limitation of tests at that time. As you remember, I think that actually also happened in other countries as well, including in Indonesia. So we started by testing massively the population in the UK. However, due to the limitation of test services at that time, so we prioritizing tests for healthcare professionals as well as people with certain limiting health care conditions, such as those who live in nursing home. But after the second lockdown, basically the capacity of tests has been improved drastically. And then as you see here, the number of testing has been done massively, not only to general, kind of to staff, but also to testing for general public as well. The confirmed positive test result is still, unfortunately, still not good, as you can see here. In total, up until yesterday, nearly, kind of 2 million, basically, we are talking about 1,800,000 people have been confirmed positive from COVID test. And this is very, very scary. And then when I check from the news every day, I keep actually checking, the situation in the UK. It is actually still alarming. And you are talking about around maybe between 15 to 24,000 positive tests still being, kind of published day by day. So on average, every week, we are talking about 18 to 20,000 people still, kind of confirm having COVID-19 positive from the test results. And then the number of deaths, unfortunately, is, although in the last few, days, it's been decreasing, but you are still talking about nearly 400 or 500 people, unfortunately, are not, not survive following a test from COVID. So this is actually something that is still very, very alarming, basically, when you think about the situation like this. I have actually sometimes compared with the situation in Indonesia. I think Indonesia also have similar situation, but when we talk about the numbers, I think you can see the UK is actually not better off. I just look at the debt from the data obtained from the news. Actually, as you can see here, the number of people not survived by COVID is still high. People working for the healthcare system or the NHS there are more than 650 people, unfortunately, dead to COVID-19. Sorry, I think it's okay now. Some studies have been conducted in terms of to find out actually, whether there are different kind of links or association between the COVID cases as well as the number of death. Some of the studies actually look at the geographical area, because as you can see here, if people live in more dense areas or big cities, the mortality rate tend to be higher compared to people who live in a kind of remote areas with dense populations. Some studies also have looked at the COVID in relation to deprivations, ethnicity, and so on. But in general, as you can see here, the number is actually still, is still high, regardless where we live. Another study actually looked at a type of jobs with COVID mortality rate as well. So there are different kind of ways that have been have been done from different studies in order to to target where the testing capacities need to be established, as well as how to prevent that as early as possible. Right. So only a brief overview of Anglia Ruskin University, because I think we are focusing on learning and teaching in higher educations. Anglia Ruskin University basically has 4 different campuses, and I'm working in one of the small campus in Peterborough, but we have a bigger campus in Cambridge, Chelmsford, and in London. But due to COVID, I think majority of our teaching session now being blended, such as in Peterborough, for example. Every year we actually, because of the capacity, we only are able to recruit 2 cohorts, basically, each of them consisting of 60 students. That is only for the BSc or undergraduate nursing degree programs. But due to COVID, we are actually kind of offering and delivering teaching sometime by merging with the students in Chelmsford. This has created kind of massive demand from the teachers or from the lecturers, in order to assure that all the students actually should get similar information regardless wherever they study with us. The issue surrounding COVID is also quite challenging, particularly for the international students, due to the restrictions. Basically, unfortunately, the restriction has been changed again and again based on the situations. So some international students prefer actually to return home during the lockdown, but some of them actually prefer to stay in campus, such as in Cambridge and Peterborough. That actually has created a lot of modifications in order to make sure that they are safe. You have actually read from newspapers as well. I think we had quite kind of a peak or increase of cases in different campuses in the UK. So we were so worried at that time following the easing of lockdown, because we tried to assure that students actually could learn and then, well, as normal as possible. However, evidence actually has highlighted that the cases actually were up, such as in Manchester, in Nottingham, particularly in Birmingham. So different universities have experienced increased cases of COVID from students. So it was quite challenging. I think talking about September, time, or during the time when new student actually started to learn. However, it's a little bit easing now within our campus at Anglia Ruskin University. I think the government actually release an announcement to make sure that students really can go home for their Christmas and New Year break. Therefore, for the last few weeks, we were very busy because of we still need to do some kind of face-to-face teaching covering skills, which the essential skills such as moving and handling and basic basic life support. But due to the announcement of the government, we need to do it as early as possible, so students actually could go home to start their early Christmas as well as a New Year break. So we managed to complete most of them actually last week in order to allow them to go home. Right. So in terms of the NMC, because we are all guided by the Nursing and Midwifery Council, the Nursing and Midwifery Council in the UK have a responsibility to create standards of learning for nurses and midwives, as well as to create standard for practice. So therefore, our educations need to be guided by the standards released by the NMC. Following the case of COVID in March, the Nursing Midwifery Councils release what we call is an emergency temporary registration policy, as well as a temporary register, as well as the education standards actually need to be changed as well, and some of the rules actually need to be changed as well. The first two basically in association with assuring that with the increased number of people admitted to the hospital, that we should have a sufficient staff. So therefore, the NNC tried to assure we have enough staff. In this case, actually nurses and midwives. So the temporary register actually allow people, for example, who have been left from nursing professions, or people who are retired from nursing, they were actually allowed to return back to practice on a temporary registrations. So that really helped because they could actually work and assist nurses mainly in the hospital by delivering non-COVID nursing care, whereas more experienced nurses, they can actually focus on delivering nursing care for patients who are more seriously ill. The education actually has been adjusted as well. This is actually, we are talking about the first lockdown because of this has been changed again now. The education program standards actually need to be changed as well. One of them basically in relation to how to assure that the clinical hours have been met, basically, right? But the challenge at that time, because students actually can go to practice basically, and therefore the requirements for students to practice in hospital actually has been adjusted as well. So a lot of kinds of changes in the UK, particularly in England, in adjusting learning to assure that students are safe and then they can actually complete their training on time. I just to remind you again here, because the length of study for a degree in nursing in the UK is 3 years, basically, in total. Compared to in Indonesia, at least in POLKESTA, we also run it within 3 years period, whereas for degree nursing, I think about 4.5 years, as far as I'm aware.
I'm sorry, Dr. Robert.
Yes.
You have just 2 minutes left.
Yes. Okay. I'm going to transfer this presentation to my colleague Pete. Pete, are you there? Hello.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Pete. Yeah. Well, I have actually I have 3 minutes video clips, basically, right? I think before I'm transferring this to Dr. Pete Stokes, I'll try my best to play these video clips to all of you. I hope it will work. Okay, I'm trying to okay, I'm trying to share this clip. Okay, Pete, I think. Okay, Pete, I think it might be better that you continue first while we can actually share the video clip a little bit later.
Yeah, we can share at the end if you want. It's fine.
Yeah, we can share at the end. Sorry, yeah. Let me just share the screen again.
Yeah, if you pop the presentation back up, I'll carry on, yeah?
Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, Pete, this time is yours.
Okay, thanks very much, Robert. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, this is a dual effort between me and Robert, so we sort of merged it together. So Robert was doing the background about the COVID situation in the UK and about how Angela Ruskin has addressed that situation. And I'm going to talk a bit about some research that we did, which initially was done 10 years ago, actually. We did a project 10 years ago, and we have replicated that study last year and to see if there's any changes in what we found 10 years ago. And the research initially was to find out if we could create information-seeking behaviour profiles for nursing students to see if the impact of personality, learning styles, or confidence and information literacy affected the way they looked for information. So this slide here gives a bit of background as well. So nursing practice is informed by research. So nurses need to be able to find the information in order to do their work, and is guided by research. So information literacy is an important aspect of that. They need to be able to find the information to do their job effectively and efficiently. And obviously, the COVID situation has changed the way that education is delivered. So that could have an impact on how they actually look for the information to finish their studies or to do their assignments, etc. So the question really is that are students in a good place to be able to deal with the change in delivery in this education method or the mode of delivery? And these students who signed up to do their nursing courses didn't sign up to do remote studying, but that is actually what they're doing now. So that requires a different sort of mentality, so that the way they do their searches may well be different. And we sort of wonder whether that's impacted by this situation. So if librarians, I'm a librarian, by the way, if librarians and tutors and lecturers know how students want to search for information, then maybe we can conduct information skills sessions that will enable them to improve their skills better. And if we know whether this new change in delivery, the mode of delivery, impacts on this, maybe we need to change the way we do those sessions. And the reason we want to do that is because when students become healthcare professionals, they need to transition from that mode of being a student into a practitioner. And hopefully, if the skill sessions are done better or tailored to their needs, that would sort of improve their prospects of doing that. Okay, Robert, okay, next slide, please.
Yep.
So a little background about the original study, just so you can see how it went before we talk about the new one. This was conducted a long time ago, 10 years ago. It seems a long time now. And Robert did help me with this one by giving out questionnaires, etc. So he helped with that one. And it was done in 2008, 2009. And the idea, as I mentioned earlier, was to create an information-seeking behaviour profile for nursing students. So it was based just on nursing students. Now, why did we want to do this? Well, the 5 bullet points there really explain what we needed to do. Finding information is very important. University students have to look for information in order to do their assignments. And we need to make sure that we teach them in a way that allows them to do this efficiently. But it's obvious that not all students look for information in identical ways. So it's very difficult to conduct information skills sessions in order to satisfy the needs of the whole class, because generally for library schools, definitely, we only see the students very, very occasionally, sometimes only once or twice a year. And we have to do one of these one-size-fits-all approach where we have to deliver the session in a way that everybody gets the same thing, the same experience. And that may not be the best way of doing it. So if we were aware of how students prefer to search for information, maybe librarians and lecturers could tailor these sessions to make sure that people get the right experience for their needs. And it is also important to know that when people look for information, it is not always in a straightforward, structured, linear process, I call it, where you start from one point and you go through to the end. So the reason behind the initial research, there's a rationale for it. Other people have done similar type of studies before. A lady called Janneke Heinstrom has done some work on this. So the relationship between learning style, personality and motivation, the way that links with information seeking behaviour was done by her. And she came up with 3 different types of student, deep divers, broad scanners and fast surfers, she called them. And they all sort of search for information in different ways, depending on their personality and their learning style. So she found that those things did actually make a difference to the way that the students look for information. So the information seeking process then, the model for that is that when you know that you've got a gap in information need, so you know you need something, you do a search to try and find information to fill that gap. So usually it is depicted as a stage-based process, and by that I mean it's a step-by-step process. You start from one end and you go through to the end. And in my experience, and in a lot of people's experience, that is not always the case. When you're looking for information, you don't start at one point and go through to the end. You very often start at one point, move a little way along the process, and then go back and change what you're looking for potentially, or you find something that's different to what you expected, and then you change your search. So the information seeking process is not always a straightforward linear model. And work done by a man called Alan Foster, he came up with this non-linear model where many different types of information seeking processes are sort of like an artist palette, he called them, and you can do these at different points in the process. So the model here, Alan Foster's model, is what based this research on. So the original research, then the questionnaire is in 4 sections. There's a section on information seeking, a section on learning style, a section on information literacy, and a section on personality. So the idea is that students will fill these questionnaires in, and we will find out if they sort of have any links together. The participants, 194, hang on, Robert, too fast, 194 students, and we did some statistical analysis on those. Okay, next slide. And so the results of that, we did find that instead of getting one information behavior profile where we could sort of link different things together into one profile, and we found that we had to create 7 different profiles. So it depends on the type of learning that students do or the way they learn, the confidence with information literacy, and their personality style. That linked to different aspects of information seeking. So for example, we had a deep adventurer at the top there. So deep learners, they're the ones who like to find out background information, and they look very, very deeply into the information to find more information than they really need. So they are the sort of the ones who look more than they need to find information for assignments, etc. And we found that all of those had high confidence information literacy. So the top three different profiles there, deep adventurer, deep identifier, and deep investigator, all had a high level of confidence with information literacy skills. But they were linked to different personality types. So the deep adventurer is linked to openness, the deep identifier to conscientiousness, and the deep investigator to extroversion, etc. And the aspects of information seeking, we had browsing, chancing, identifying keywords, they were for deep adventurer. So you can see that the different types of student who have different learning styles were linked with different types of information literacy skills and different personality types. So we finished up with 7 different information behavior profiles. That was from the original study. Okay, Robert. So 10 years later, fast forward 10 years in the future to last year. So me and Robert again, we did the same type of study. And it's a replicate study. So we wanted to see if anything has changed over the 10 years since we did the first study. So the idea was that we had a look at similar students and we wanted to find out if the original relationships existed, and that would hopefully increase the validity of the profile. So if we could say, okay, the students now are seeking information the same way, that would improve the validity of the profiles. So the 2 research questions were, has anything changed really? And what is the impact of these different characteristics on information seeking behavior? So we tried to do it in as much of the same way as possible as the previous study. So we had identical questions. The students were at the same university. So it was the Peterborough campus at Anglia Ruskin in the UK. And we used the same statistical analysis on that. The only real difference, apart from it being 10 years later, was that the questionnaire was online rather than paper-based. So in the original study, we gave it out paper, and in this study, we did a questionnaire online. Okay, thanks, Robert. So we had 175 students who we hoped would take part in the study. We told them in the class what was going to happen, and then we emailed them the online questionnaire, and then we kept emailing them and telling them to fill it in if possible, please, for up to 4 months after we started. And we had 86 participants, which is quite a good response rate of 49%. So yeah, not too bad, but not a great deal of students, but we only had 175 in the original sample. Okay, Robert. So the results of that one, slightly different. We had 7 behavior profiles again, and they're very similar. So in the first study, we had 3 deep learners and 2 strategic learners and 2 surface learners. In the new study, we had 2 deep learners, 4 strategic learners, and 1 surface learner. And we found that the deep learners were still highly confident with information literacy. The strategic learners were sort of a mixture between the high and low, and the surface learner was a low confidence with information literacy. And most of the information seeking characteristics or processes were still done in a similar way to the previous study. So over the 10 years between the 2 studies, we didn't find a great deal of difference, but there were some differences. So the deep adventurers still had things like browsing, identifying keywords, but they had other characteristics of information processes associated with their profile. So what we tried to do then was to do a meta-analysis of both sets of data to come up with whether we could sort of merge them together to create one overall set of profiles. So the next slide, Robert, please. So then when we did the meta-analysis and we merged them together, because both studies in the same way, we felt that we were allowed to do this, and we finished up with 6 information-seeking behaviour profiles. So we had the 2 deep learners, 3 strategic learners, and just the 1 surface learner. So again, we've got quite a few students who were highly confident with information literacy, but the different types of way of searching were very, very similar to the first study. So we sort of validated the profiles to come up with 6 different information-seeking behaviour profiles. Okay, Robert. So what are the implications of this then? Well, the COVID situation did change a little bit. it changed the way that students were searching for information, the way they wanted to find things. Being off campus is a different way of searching for information than being on campus. The different resource set makes a difference to you. You can't necessarily chat with your friends or just nudge into a lecture and ask questions. You can't necessarily ask questions of the librarian in the same way. You need to be able to be aware of how to find information electronically. It's more important to be able to access online resources. Were those resources available to students? We tried hard to make sure they were, but it wasn't very easy at the start of the pandemic at the end of March. A lot of things weren't available electronically, and that did have an impact on students' learning, I suspect. So students who were previously used to studying on campus, they're now required to study at home. So it's different for them. The methods and locations of how and where to search information is changed. So do these profiles allow us to work out or to investigate who will deal with this situation better? Well, those students with the profiles that had high confidence with information literacy, they are probably in a better position to deal with this situation. So the deep learners and the strategic learners who had this high confidence are going to be able to deal better with the situation of being off campus because they have these high confidence levels with information literacy. They are able to do searching online. They are prepared to do it, and they are prepared to look for information online. The problem will be for those students with a lower level of information literacy skills or confidence levels. So we had strategic collectors and surface coordinators. Those two profiles were for students who didn't really have the skill set to deal with this situation. They had lower information literacy skills, and therefore they would have lower confidence and to find information online. So it is a problem for some students, but we think what we would need to do is to find out which students fit into those categories or with those profiles, and then we would be able to change the way we do skill sessions to make sure that those students are not disadvantaged by being off campus. Okay, Robert?
Your time is 2 minutes left.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Pete. So it's quite challenging, actually. What I'm trying to do here, how actually literature search and then also understanding of different kind of style of students to seek information actually has actually impacted during the COVID pandemic. So what we are trying to do here, basically, we want to assure that all our students, the nurses and midwives, actually, they can actually complete their training on time. We are aware that everyone actually under pressure. And then when we are actually linking back to their learning style as well as a literature search profile, it is actually quite challenging to know. It depends from my personal experience. It depends. Some students actually they could actually engage very, very well because they had plenty of time, whereas other students they feel that they don't have time at all. Bear in mind because the characteristic of students that we have here in the UK is quite different with the nursing students in Indonesia, particularly because of majority of students in Indonesia, they're all young, they are single, maybe they live with their parents. But in the UK, most of our students, they already married, they got children, they also have part-time jobs. So it is quite challenging in terms of managing their time and then also completing the assignment as good as possible. So we need to follow the NMC guidelines. The guideline standard that I have informed previously has been actually updated. So the NMC have a new guidelines, what we call is the NMC Recovery and Emergency Program Standards. So to assure that students actually can complete on time. So this is just some of the tips that I and myself and Peter actually have actually found from supporting students. I think during the COVID pandemic, clear course design is is a very, very important here, and we try our best to merge between live sessions and then also self-directed learning. So they need to be kind of merged nicely to make sure that students actually still engage and interact with each other very well. And clearly during the COVID, the technology is also very important. All students need to engage with learning courses. So we need to assure that they have their broadband connection at homes. Everyone got their broadband connection here in the UK, so there is no problem in accessing online materials. And then there are also bursary schemes for students who are actually struggling to get their new laptops, for example. There is a kind of bursary schemes from the university, plus to assuring that we keep them kind of safe, and then so student well-being is always there. And then extra massive support from Study Skills Plus, the librarians and tutors are very important, and then they need to be maintained as well. So that actually what we can actually offer from us, and we are very open to any questions and suggestions from all of you. Thank you.
Dr. Robert and Dr. Peters, do you mind if you can stay for a moment, because we have 3 other speakers, and then the discussion session will be led in the last session.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. And then we invite the second speakers. Sorry?
Sorry, Peter, can you stay, Peter?
I can stay for a while.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we are okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Peters. Before we continue to the next speaker, I have been not write the curriculum vitae of Dr. Peters' talks. He is also the senior lecturer at Anglia Ruskin University, and then he hold his doctoral degree from a very tight university at 2012. We invite Miss Atanasia Budi Astuti. Welcome, Ibu Atanasia. Before you give the speaking, I would like to write brief curriculum vitae of you. Ibu Atanasia Budi Astuti, Bachelor of Nursing, Master of Nursing. She graduated from Akademi Keperawatan Depkes Bandung, and then continue to her Bachelor degree of Nursing from University of Indonesia, and then she hold her Master degree of Nursing from School of Postgraduate Nursing, the University of Melbourne. Ibu Atta, you have 10 minutes for speaking. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Pak Adi. Good afternoon for everyone, especially for Robert. Hi, Robert. Yeah, hopefully you still join us. And I'm so sorry because I have just 10 minutes, so I have to go in a hurry. Okay, the slide, please. Yeah. Here a little bit different from other. I just want to share about the experience, about the educational challenges and opportunities of the coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic, especially in Health Polytechnic of Surakarta. So while we are waiting for the screen. Okay. Yeah, start from, yeah, okay. Everybody can read, yeah, can see it, yeah, okay. Okay, for introduction, undoubtedly, we are facing hard time, especially in this year. And the impact of Corona is throughout the world, not only the local area. And education sector too has been badly affected. So we have to look at for the opportunity and the challenges. I mean, for this one, see, I can read this one. Yeah. Volatility, yeah. And this is, everything is going fast and uncertainty. This is, everything is, we don't know what we'll do for tomorrow, and complexity. The problem is complex and ambiguity. This is everyone is just seeing in different perception. And the COVID-19 pandemic has no doubt reshaped the way many of us approach pedagogic. Okay, next please. Yeah, this is COVID, not only the local case, but the international case. Next. Yeah. From the front lines of COVID-19, whether the nurse will give up or remain. Going to the true area, the real area, that is a condition, especially for our profession, nursing. Next. Yeah. But everyone, especially for nurse, have to keep their spirit and go ahead. And the question arises, are nurses now front line for COVID-19? Yes. Yeah. Okay, next. Okay, the COVID-19 pandemic shocked to education and policy responses, not only the education, and also for the economic area or problem. Okay, next, please. Next. 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 Yeah. I'm so sorry because of, yeah. No. Just back to. Yeah, next. Okay, as the speaker before, impact of challenges student during the COVID-19 is not only for education, but for all, I mean, lifestyle. Next. Yeah, this is on low. This is also. Okay, next. Okay, as a lecturer or as an individual in the educational unit, lecture in 2001, now go to the next era that everything is conducted by online or learning, electronic learning. Next. Next, please. Yes. What is before? Yeah. What is the problem during pandemic COVID, especially in our institution? This is not only the learning, but also for the final project thesis, or we call KTI. Yes. And thanks to the literature review because of this problem, and student fees are also fee for aid is becoming increased, and coordination with stakeholders, especially for the hospital or practical area, becoming get more problem. Yeah, next. What challenge come to our mind if you think of digital technologies during this pandemic? Yeah. Now, taking into account technology means to ensure teaching, learning in virtual cases. Yeah. Everything we do, as well as laboratory practical, and the tool used to assess student knowledge, attitude, and skill, all in online learning. Next, please. Yeah. This is opportunity and challenges. Future skill and educational need to be deep, I mean, collect, and students should be competent as before pandemic, and we are truly in digital era now. An internal capability of college and Indonesia regulation on health and nursing profession still, even though we are facing for the pandemic era. Next. Okay, transfer of learning due to pandemic in connection with the COVID-19 pandemic. The learning system in higher education has changed, as is the implementation of learning. This is implementation basis. We have some letter from the government to change the methodology of teaching learning method. Next. Most of the universities are adopting online classes as well as Hal Polytechnic of Surakarta. But in the places where internet facility is not good, online teaching learning becomes a fiasco. This is our problem. Next. And because of COVID-19, this is where university can improve equity and access. We have to give attention for the educational equity, especially all students are able to achieve equal learning outcomes as is supported by institution. Okay. And all students also are given access to appropriate and effective learning opportunities. Okay, next. That's why an equitable future, create accessible materials and choose adequate digital technologies. This is the effort for give service for students especially, and record lectures and caption videos and audio content. Also adopt inclusive, culturally responsive teaching and adopt the flexible approach to student participation and ensure financial support and equipment and understand student needs. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, based on that flow, guideline for helping classroom transition to online learning. Polytechnic Surakarta, Health Polytechnic of Surakarta. We conduct the survey first and then give, implementation for, especially for student. Okay, next. And how to the implementation, if we develop the Soleta, it means that theory and laboratory lecture activities doing at online system, we call Soleta, and the use of online methods during learning during the COVID-19 is different from using Google Meet, WhatsApp, etc. Next. Next, please. This is the result, monitoring for evaluation. We collect the information come from the lecturer and student, how they perceive about the teaching learning that already given by High Polytechnic especially, and mostly they still need more and increase the online services. Next. Okay, this is come from student. Okay, next. This is the result. And tips for teaching online already explained. Okay, this is maybe The last one. Yes. We are still in the pandemic era, but the best thing to come out of this lockdown that still we do at home everything and online services for students. The last one. Yeah, everything you don't know, yeah, if something you can learn. So don't stop for learning, even though we facing the not good era. Okay, thank you. Good luck.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Atanasia. Great applause for her, for the great speaker and great material. Thank you very much, Ms. Atta. And we invite the next speakers, Ms. Ros Enda Happy Patriani, Bachelor of Nursing, Profession of Nursing, and Master of Nursing. Hello, Happy, how are you?
I'm fine.
Before you giving speaking, I would like to read your brief curriculum vitae. Ladies and gentlemen, Ibu Ros Enda Happy Patriani start of her nursing education from 3-year degree of nursing from Pantikosala Nursing Academy, and then she continued to her bachelor degree of nursing at University of Diponegoro, Semarang, and then the last degree by now, she has already held her Master of Nursing from University of Indonesia, and she is a lecturer at School of Nursing, POLKESTA Kemenkes Surakarta. And today, she would like to give us material related to the acupressure. Okay, this is very interesting material. 10 minutes for you, Miss Happy. Time is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Adi. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I wish us always good health and happiness. My topic is COVID-19, family nursing intervention, acupressure for immune system support. I think everyone knows what is COVID-19. What is COVID-19? I think everyone knows. Coronavirus disease is an infectious disease caused by a newly discovered coronavirus. Everyone can get this disease. The symptom COVID-19 affect different people in different ways. Most infected people will develop mild to moderate illness and recover without hospitalization. Symptoms are divided into 3 parts: most common symptoms, less common symptoms, and serious symptoms. Next. See immediate medical attention if you have serious symptoms. Always call before visiting your doctor or health facility. People with mild symptoms who are otherwise healthy should manage their symptoms at home. We can prevent COVID-19 in Indonesia for prevention as 3M. To prevent infection and to show in transmission of COVID-19, do the following: wash your hands regularly with soap and water, or clean them with alcohol-based hand rub. Maintain at least 1 metric distance between you and people touching or sneezing. Avoid touching your face. Cover your mouth and nose when cooking and or sneezing. Stay at home if you feel unwell. Refrain from smoking and other activities that weaken the lungs. Practice physical distancing by avoiding unnecessary travel and staying away from large group of people. What is the impact of COVID-19? I think the impact of COVID-19 to community, works, family, economic, physical, and physiological. COVID-19 and the impact of family. COVID-19 pandemic is impacting everyone, some more drastically than others. For a number of families, it could mean making big changes in everyday routines due to the financial hardship. Family nursing can do the role: care provider, nurse educator and counselor, role model, client advocate, discharge planner, case finder, coordinator of service, change agent and leader, and facilitator. The family system. Family consists of father, mother, sister, and brother, maybe nuclear family or extended family. And the focus is on family. And this approach focuses individual members and the family as a whole at the same time. The interaction among family members become the target of nursing intervention. Family nurses can provide a complementary therapy according to competence. Complementary and alternative therapies in nursing. There are 4 sections: mind, body, spirit therapies, manipulative and body-based therapies, natural products, energy therapies. Energy therapies, this is light therapy, healing, touch, Reiki, acupressure, reflexology, and magnet therapy. Sharing experience on this session, I will discuss acupressure. Nurse can do and teach acupressure to family. Acupressure for immune system support. Acupressure is traditional Chinese medicine or TCM. TCM is an ancient system of health developed more than 2 years ago in Asia. Stimulating the point, the nurse can do acupressure stimulation by finger, palm, and hand. Before doing acupressure, prior to touching any patient, perception of mind-body situation, pathological problem that may request referral, history of physiological disaster, cultural belief about touch, and previous experience with body therapies. The body has many acupressure points. Acupressure point can commonly use their 5 points. I use 2 points to boost the immune system. There are ST26 and SP6 points. Next. 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 Point 1, stomach certificate or Zusenli. Local, you can mix it in the same about a hand length below the cap, just outside to the provided tibia bone. Method measure maximum of 13 times and rotating clockwise. Time about 20 to 14 seconds. This is picture for Susan Lee. Next. Next. Point 2, Shen Jinjiao SP6 point. The same, the tap music machine 13 rounds, about 30 until 14 seconds. Leaders can practice to point twice a day. Okay, you are always happy because I'm happy too. I hope to be active in sport, positive thinking, be patient, you will be healthy, happy, and prosperous. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss Happy. Great applause for her for the great material and great speaking. We invite the last speaker. Hello, Dr. Yuli Peristiawati. Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here. Okay.
Hello, Miss Yuli.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I can reach you. This is the last, she is the last speaker, Dr. Yuli Peristiawati, Bachelor of Nursing, Profession of Nursing, and Master of Health. Before you give speaking for us, I would like to read your brief curriculum vitae. Dr. Yuli Peristiawati start her nursing education from Diploma 3 Nursing Academy Darul Ulum Jombang, and then she got her bachelor degree in nursing also from Erlangga University, Surabaya, and then followed by Master of Biomedical from Brawijaya University at Malang, and then the last education up to now is doctoral program of medicine from Brawijaya University Malang. I hope you continue for your postdoctoral, Miss Yuli Peristiawati. Okay, Miss Yuli Peristiawati, you have 10 minutes for your speaking. Time is yours. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you very much for give time. Thank you to Politeknik Kesehatan Surakarta has given me to participate in this international conference. I will presentation my research with title endothelial cell migration in UVEC culture exposed to endothelial cell conditioned media in hyperglycemic condition. I'm sorry, my research not related COVID-19. I hope my treatment catechin green tea KMP4 can use treatment for COVID-19 inflammation. Okay, this is my team. I from Institut Ilmu Kesehatan Strada Indonesia in Kediri City. Okay, the background my research. Some factor can induce endothelial dysfunction. Among them, resistance insulin, and then obesitas, dyslipidemia, hyperglycemia, inflammation, and hypertension. The studies have shown that endothelial cells play an important role in homeostasis occur through the integration of various chemical mediators. Okay, the conceptual framework. Diabetes mellitus can induce endothelial dysfunction. Some parameter can observe endothelial dysfunction as an ADPH and then production nitric oxide and increase reactive oxygen species. And then after treatment with catechin green tea KMP4, the role antioxidant expected can active insulin receptor substance or ERS, and then ERS can increase PI3 kinase and active AKT. And then some chemokines release stromal cell derived factor 1 or CXCR4 can increase in endothelial progenitor cell mobilization. And then EPC mobilization can include neurovascularization and angiogenesis. The last step, EPC can homing in injury tissue. If done treatment, EPC cannot homing and then can induce vascular complication. The research purpose, it has been proven that the administration of green tea catechin isolate can increase the migration of endothelial cell in UVEC culture that are given endothelial progenitor cell condition media with high glucose. The research method I use through experiment design, post-test only control group design, in vitro with UVEC culture from umbilical cord. Yes? My voice clear? Hello? My
Clear, Dr. Yuli.
Clear, yeah?
You can continue.
Okay.
The number of research subject was 24 sample with 3 repetition. And then, okay, the frameworks my research, I use UVEC culture from umbilical cord. I divided two group, the first group control group, and then the second group treatment, and then the divided five treatment, and then the first normal condition, and then the second culture with induction high glucose, and then the three treatment culture use UVEC with treatment 39 micromilli catechin green tea, and then the for treatment I use UV culture with Indus catechin green tea 40 micromilli, and then the last treatment I have culture UVAC high glucose by treatment catechin green tea 40 millimeter. I'm sorry, micromilli. After treatment catechin green tea, UV culture, induce supernatant culture EPC, and then observer migration by Boyden chamber EC after treatment 24 hours. Parameter behind measure, I observed nitric oxide level supernatant by endothelial progenitor cell culture, and then expression SDF1 alpha in EPC cells, and then expression CXCR4 in EPC cell, and then migration endothelial cell by Boyden chamber. And then statistic analyze, I use one-way ANOVA and post hoc test. The result may reset administration of high level of glucose result. The first, decrease in the ability of EPC to induce UVAC migration. The second, decrease in nitric oxide of EPC, and decrease in the factor affecting EPC migration, namely SDF1 alpha and CXCR4. Administration to 15 micromilli of green tea catechin isolate was capable of inhibiting the decreased ability of EPC to induce UVAC migration, and this effect was associated with an SDF1 alpha and then CXCR4 concentration. Administration of green tea catechin isolate was capable of maintaining the ability of EPC exposed to high level of glucose to release nitric oxide and induce UVAC migration throughout and increase in SDF1 alpha and CXCR4. Administration of catechin green TGMP4 at a dose 13 micromilli was capable of increasing endothelial cell migration in UVAC culture, giving EPC condition media with a 5 millimeter of glucose. Okay, the conclusion my research in this study, a conclusion can be drawn that the administration catechin green tea GMP4 at a dose 30 micromilli can increase endothelial cell migration and UVAC culture treated with EPC conditional media with 5 millimicro glucose. Okay, I think enough my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thanks you for Miss Yuli. Ladies and gentlemen, please greeting applause for the great material and great speaker. Next time, we will conduct the discussion. Dr. Robert and Dr. Peter, have you still with us? I'm sorry. And then
Yes.
Ibu Ata, Miss Happy. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please write your question in the chat box, or you can raise your hand and then you can ask directly for us. There is one question for Dr. Robert and Dr. Peter from Mr. Widodo. Mr. Widodo, you have already with us. Okay. Do you want to ask directly or I can write your question? Okay. Dr. Robert?
Yes.
This is one question from Mr. Widodo, the head of School of Nursing, Surakarta Health Polytechnic. I would like to read, I'm sorry. In terms of combination between synchronous and asynchronous teaching, how would you make sure your students could fulfill the student minimal learning outcome, especially for the skill and clinical placement? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, as I did mention early on, it is actually it's been quite challenging throughout of the the teaching and learning from March. So therefore, we need to assure that both synchronized and unsynchronized teaching methods can be utilized to facilitate learning. The problem with online teaching, sometimes how to engage the students as a group. We don't use Zoom anymore in the United Kingdom, but at Anglia Ruskin particularly we use Teams basically, right? We use Microsoft Teams for our teaching and learning. So with the Microsoft Teams, we can still set up smaller groups. We call it like channels. So say in my cohort or my New Year student September 20, I have 34 students joining my Microsoft Teams. So within the team itself, we normally started with a kind of a lecture and general kind of lecture live. And then after that, there are also sessions that they need to discuss in a group. So we split them into 6 groups, from my experience here. So they could actually engage it, right? But of course, I understand that the limitation of online, we can't actually teach skills, basically, right? So we use some non-essential skills from nursingskills.net. But you need to purchase it, basically, right? So there is a kind of software that we have actually utilized not only during COVID, but prior or before COVID as well. So students actually can practice online. There are a lot of quiz and questions and diagram and so on. It's very, very interactive. So they can actually learn new skills from online as well. Also from Public Health England, we have mandatory online learnings, which actually consisting of 3 basic skills now. One is actually a package of COVID-19 skills, because before students actually can return back to hospitals, all hospitals required the students to complete from COVID-19 learning packs, which can be done online. And also throughout of their year training, students also need to complete leadership skills as well online. And the other one is what we call is genomic. Right, basically, they need to understand about gene that actually could link with a long-term condition and cancer, for example. So there are 3 different levels of leadership skills and also 3 different levels of genomic skills, plus the rest of those skills online. One of them actually what we call is Safe Medicate, right? Safe Medicate is a kind of is a kind of online learning as well. And then there are also 3 different levels that students actually can learn from online from year 1, year 2, and year 3, with a different kind of learning outcome of achievement. For year 1, we can accept them if they pass by gaining 80% from the exam, and year 2 actually 90%, and year 3 100%. So that actually another learning that can be done from online. But unfortunately, there are some skills that we can't actually do online. That is why we still need to go to the campus for essential skills. one is like moving and handling, kind of package is very important. And we split the moving and handling into 3 different levels as well: year 1, year 2, and year 3. This is actually something that we can't do online. And basic life support, CPR, due to COVID, the basic life support actually has been changed as well. So they can't, as you are aware, that they can't actually do mouth by mouth anymore, for example. So they need to be kind of refresh and train in the skills lab as well. So we still need to do face-to-face, unfortunately, for those skills. So I think I just finished last week actually with face-to-face skills in nursing skills labs. So that what we need to achieve before they go to practice, right? And then also they need to, because we need to show that they are actually safe. So they need to complete from health survey as well, which they can that can be conducted online as well. So the health survey for students could be split into 3 categories. For example, green, amber, or red. If they are green, hooray, they can actually go to clinical practice without any concern at all. But students with amber or red, they need to be seen by our occupational health team before they can actually go safely to practice. Even when they're on amber, then we can't actually send them to COVID wards. So red, clearly, they can't go basically. But if they're on amber, maybe due to severe asthma, for example, then they can actually be sent to COVID wards. So they need to be sent to different wards. In terms of learning outcomes from practice, we have actually changed because we have used online electronic practice documents, what we have used for the last 3 or 4 years, basically, but don't paper document anymore. So in that case, both students, supervisors in practice, and us, like because I'm working from home, we can actually communicate nicely by reviewing student progress from their online practice documents. So by working together like that, we can actually assure that the learning outcomes can be achieved from theory modules or practice modules. I hope that I have answered your question, Pak Widodo.
Thank you, Dr. Robert. Okay, yeah, thank you very much. Because it also become our concern, especially for clinical placement, how to make sure for student learning achievement, because it's very difficult. And the progress of COVID-19.
Yes. I think the most important one to start with, because of we have a list here, before students actually go to practice, first of all, they need to have their, what we call is DBS. It's like in Indonesia, like a surat kelakuan baik or something like that. They need to be in a good health and with a good character to start with, right? So the DBS need to be clear to start with, and they need to be seen by our occupational health as well, to make sure that they are actually in a good health. So they need to be seen by occupational health. They need to complete the e-COVID learning path online. They need to have completed health survey, right? And also they need to assure they have completed CPR, basic life support, and moving and handling. Then they can go to practice. So it's quite a lot of checking at the moment that we need to do.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Robert.
Okay, thank you very much for Dr. Robert for your answer, and Mr. Widodo for your questions. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I think time is up because there is no question more. I would like to conclude this session. Actually, all of material are very interesting, and all of the material can help to combat the pandemic of COVID-19. From the first team speakers, Dr. Robert Priharjo and Dr. Peter Stokes. The conclusion is there are so many behavior profile based on meta-analysis, including deep adventures, explorer, investigator, strategic all-arounder, collector, and detector. So we can adjusting the behavior with the learning method during pandemic, because it challenged us with the character of the student is different. And then from Ms. Atta, the government released a policy to transfer learning to online learning in order to combat the pandemic of COVID-19. And the answer of this government release POLKESTA Kemenkes Surakarta was full soleta to cover the need of online learning during the pandemic. And then Ms. Happy have already speak regarding to the alternative therapies, complementary and alternative therapy in nursing, with including mind body sprint therapies and manipulative and body based therapies, natural products, and energy therapies. One of them is acupressure. It can gain to increase the immune system when we still in COVID-19 pandemic. And then the last speaker, Dr. Yuli, has already present her research or her study, and the conclusion is the administration of green tea at dose of 30 micromilli can increase endofacial cell migration in culture treated with EP6 conditional media with 5 micromilli of glucose. And it is very, very interesting to help the diabetes patient, especially in this pandemic, because diabetes is the most problem when we combat the pandemic of COVID-19. I think it's enough of this session. We great and appreciate, very, very thanks for the all speakers, Dr. Robert Priharjo, Dr. Peter Stokes, Ms. Atanasia Budi Astuti, Ms. Ros Happy Endah Patriani, and Dr. Yuli Peristiawati. Ladies and gentlemen, the last time, please give the greeting applause for 5 speakers. Thank you very much. Okay, the time I let to the Master of Ceremony.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for Mr. Adi Mardi Harnanto for guiding the 4th plenary sessions. Okay, then the next is door prize time. Here we have many questions for all of you audiences here. So please be prepare yourself to answer these questions, because there are, what kind of door prize?
The door prize is a voucher.
Okay.
Yes. There will be 7 questions, and then the first question will be granted with 50,000 rupiah voucher, and for 2 questions will be granted with 100,000 rupiah voucher. So the total grand prize, so the total door prize is about 2,000 and 1,500.
Yes.
So that's the big number, Mama.
Yes, I think so.
Okay, how to, for you, to all of participants, we will give you a question. So if one of you can answer the question, please turn on your camera and turn on your speaker, your microphone, and then raise your hand first. Raise your hand. After you raise your hand, the committee here will will let you to answer the question, but we will tell you the question first.
Okay.
Okay, are you ready, guys? Okay. Kumai, this event actually not just international conference, right?
Yes, of course.
Because there will be two events. So the first question, what is Kumai?
Okay. For the first question, I want to ask when the conference is held.
Okay.
When the conference is held.
The day of the conference, of the international conference. Okay. Please, if there is one of you know the answer, please raise your hand first. Okay, we wait for your raising your hand first.
Okay, if you want to answer the questions, please turn on your camera and then raise your hand, please.
Okay.
Okay.
Or okay, maybe I will call one of you to answer the question. So okay, to Valentino Putri, I read your name here. Okay.
Okay.
Kumai, you can ask her.
Can I repeat the question?
Yes.
Untuk memastikan when the conference is held, right?
Yes.
The conference is held today at Tuesday, 15 December 2020.
Okay. 50,000 rupiah voucher for you, Valentina Putri.
Okay, thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations
I will
for
write your name
Valentina
first.
Putri.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the other audiences, if you want to get this door prize, so please be carefully, hear our question so clearly, and then if you want to answer the question, please turn on your camera and raise your hand first.
Okay, Kumai, let's next to the
Okay, the next question.
Okay,
me?
Jesse,
Okay.
okay.
Okay, the second question. Okay, please carefully hear
like
this question.
Today's is international conference, and there will be also oral presentation for paper publication, right?
Yes.
Okay, and the second question is?
The second question is, who is speakers from Malaysia? Who is speakers from Malaysia?
Okay, please raise your hand.
Please raise your hand first.
Or maybe our participant is waiting for the 100,000 rupiah voucher.
Oh, maybe. But just 2 questions.
Yeah.
It's a limit questions, I think.
Then you waste your time. 50,000 rupiah is a big number too. Okay. Okay. Is it? Oh. Okay. Dinda Syagun. Oh, this is our senior.
Okay.
My name is Indah Syagun, and the answer is Dr. Sandi Powder from Lincoln University College, Malaysia.
Okay.
Okay.
Dinda Syagun, you got the prize. Okay. Congratulations.
Congratulations for sisters Zaki.
Okay.
Is
Because
there
our
any-
question is about the and then I would like to next to the question that's still related to who is our speaker today. The next question is, who is the speaker in the first session that come from Thailand? The speaker from Thailand. Raise your hand, please. Okay. I'm sure if I'm a participant, I would like to raise my hand.
I'm raising hand.
No, you're not the participant.
Okay.
Okay, please your hands. You can buy 10 of nasi bungkus. Yes, nasi bungkus, nasi sayur, just 5,000 rupiah here. So you get 10. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, there is one who raised her hand. Okay. Nadia S. Okay, please turn on your camera, turn on your microphone.
And answer that question.
Who is the speaker from Thailand?
The speaker from Thailand is Mrs. Pornpat, right?
Mrs. Pornpat. Okay, you are right, from Budapest University. May I know your full name, Nadia?
Nadia Sofiranisa.
Okay.
Congratulations, Nadia.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. The next question is about the oral presentation now. When is the oral presentation for the paper publication is held? Will hold. Okay. The day of the oral presentation. Because this event is not just about the international conference. Okay, Vera, who is it?
Who is it?
Okay, Vera Irda Mayasari.
Vera
This is
Irda
our friends.
Mayasari. Okay, of course. Okay. Can you answer the question?
Hello, Zaki and Kumai.
Okay.
Can you hear my voice?
Yes, clearly.
Okay, so my answer is tomorrow, December 16th, 2020.
Okay.
Okay.
Your answer is 100% right. And
so congratulations, Vera.
And don't forget to keep your spirit for the proposal research examination. Okay.
Keep him fight.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, the last question for 100 rupiah voucher, Gumai.
Okay, the last question is, what is the state one topic for oral presentation?
Okay, if you don't know about the topic or just maybe you can state one of the interest in nursing because it's similar with the topic of the oral presentation.
Yes.
Maybe raise your hand, please. Because in nursing there are a lot of interest, right?
Yes.
But if I state it, it will be an answer.
Yes.
So I cannot tell you how many, what kind of interest in nursing. Okay, please your hands.
If you just can answer one topic, it's no problem, yeah?
Yeah, just one, it's quiet enough.
Yes.
Okay. Raise your hand, please. Oh, we wait for your hand. Okay. Okay, the question is, please state one of the oral presentation theme. If you don't know about the theme, it is similar to the some interest in nursing. So just state one of the interest or like what? Peminatan in bahasa Inggris. Peminatan keperawatan. Yes.
Yes.
Can I answer the question?
Okay.
Okay.
Raise your hand first so we know where are you. Okay. Kumala Nirbita. Oh, this is the freshman. 1AD3. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The one of the topic is about newborn and child health.
How may?
The one of the topic is about newborn and child health.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Okay, your
Okay,
answer
you
is
are right.
right. Newborn and child health.
Congratulations, Kumala Nirbita.
It's great. Like she is a freshman, but he understands about the interest in nursing.
Oh, great.
Okay, because the 100,000 rupiah has gone out. Let's be next to the
Third prize.
grand prize, like grand prize. Maybe.
Okay, grand prize.
100,000 rupiah voucher. Okay, maybe Gumai first.
Me? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, please, all the audiences, hear the question so clearly so you can answer with the correct answer. Okay. The question is, who is the keynote speaker of the 4th International Nursing Conference 2020?
Okay, please raise your hand.
He is head of Center for Education of Health Human Resources, the Ministry of Health of Republic of Indonesia.
Okay. Please raise your hand and answer the question. Okay, Anggita Husno.
Okay, I will try to answer.
Wait. We're
Yes.
still looking for your screen. Okay. Okay, you can answer now.
The keynote speaker is Dr.
Please, your screen. Turn on your screen, please. Okay. Please introduce yourself first.
Oh, my name is Anggita.
Yeah.
Okay, there.
Where are you come from, Anggita?
I'm from nurse A class.
Honors A.
Oh. Okay. I know. Oh. Okay. So, what is the answer, Anggita?
The keynote speaker is Dr. Haji Sugianto, SPD.
Okay. How may?
Great answer.
Yeah.
Okay, congratulations, Anggita Husnu.
Yeah, welcome.
Okay, now is the last prize for today, still 100,000 rupiah voucher. So please prepare yourself for the last chance for you. The last question is, what is the theme of the 4th International Nursing Conference of Health Polytechnic of Surakarta? The theme of today's conference. Please raise your hand to claim your 100,000 rupiah voucher. There is no one still?
Come on. As
It's quite big, for me. Still no one?
Maybe you can repeat your question.
Okay, what the question is, what's the theme of the 4th International Nursing Conference of Health of Polytechnics of Surakarta?
Hello.
Okay.
Okay.
Who is she?
Okay. This is Ines Karunia from Kusuma Usada, University of Kusuma Usada?
Yes.
Okay.
Please, before you answer the question, maybe you can introduce yourself first.
Okay, thank you for the chance. My name is Ines Karunia Mustikarani. I'm the alma mater from POLKESTA Kemenkes Surakarta.
Oh.
Yeah, 11 years ago.
11 years ago. Okay.
Yes.
Mrs.
Yes. Maybe we call you Kak Ines. It's
Mrs.
okay?
Ines.
Is it okay? Okay.
Okay. Okay,
Exactly,
so
Mrs.
Ines, you can answer
But it's okay,
the
Miss.
question.
Yeah. The theme of the International Nursing Conference is the role of nurses in response to COVID-19, clinical, educational, managerial, and research settings.
How many?
Wow, a great answer.
Yeah, 100% correct of your answer to Kak Ines. Okay. Congratulations, Kak Ines. Okay, all of the prize has given to all of our participants, and to all of you who are luck and got the prize, please claim your prize to the Instagram account of HMJ Keperawatan Politeknik Kesehatan Surakarta by direct message. So please send a direct message to
Instagram.
HMJ POLKESTA. HMJ Kepolkesta. HMJ Keperawatan.
HMJ underscore Kepolkesta.
Yes, HMJ underscore Kepolkesta. Okay, the Instagram account has been shared in the chat section. You can check there to 7 person that got the prize. Okay, Gumay, let's be next to the next session.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to the last agenda of 4th International Nursing Conference. I'm Nur Anissa Najibah Gumay and my partner
Zaki Abdul Ghani.
On behalf of the committee, would like to say thank you for all speakers and audiences for joining us in this International Nursing Conference. Also, we would like to apologize if there is some inconvenience during this event. We hope this event will give us the positive insight to all of you to comply the COVID-19 health protocol so we able to prevent the spreading of COVID-19. Stay safe, see you next time, and
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.